Moonlight spills like melted silver across the Magdalena River. It is the early hours of a night somewhere around 1640, in a village whose name colonial maps will not bother to keep. The river is broad and calm, but the air carries the urgency of something older than time. Men and women gather at its edge, their breath making faint ghosts in the cool mist. Torches flare. Their glow barely reaches the far bank. At the center of the crowd, a figure steps forward. An elder with skin burnished by sun and smoke, holding a clay vessel. It is said to contain ashes, tobacco, and hair, a simple thing. But tonight, it will be offered to the water. They are not here to worship in the way the priests in Bogota would record. They are here because the river is alive, and tonight it is restless. Whispers dart between the villagers. The Mohan, they say, has been seen again. A man with hair like coarse black reeds, a pipe between his teeth, gold hanging from his neck. He lives where the water runs deepest, they claim. He tangles nets, seduces the unwary, drowns those who mock his name. Some believe he is a guardian, some a thief. But no one ignores him. A drum starts softly. 3 beats. Pause. 3 beats again. It is a rhythm older than the cross, passed down from ancestors who painted their faith in ochre and clay. Even the young priest assigned here by the crown stays silent. He has learned enough to keep his mouth shut when the villagers gather like this. A dog whines at the back of the crowd, ears flattened. Somewhere, a nightbird cries. The elder speaks low, his words swallowed by the mist but heard by all. He asks for calm waters, for safe crossings, for fish to return to the traps. He asks the Mohan to turn his gaze elsewhere. The clay vessel is tilted, its contents spilling into the slow current. A single black braid floats briefly before vanishing. There is no splash, no wind, no sign. But no one leaves until the torches burn low. Quick note: if you enjoy deep dive folklore like this, consider subscribing. Only if you actually like it. And so it begins. This is the river's stage, and the Mohan its most enigmatic actor. To understand him, one must step back, not just to this night, but centuries before, when water was not only sustenance, but a god's own vein. The legend of the Mohan is tangled, like the nets he is said to ruin. It is a story built by many hands, the Pijao, the Panche, the Muisca, each adding a thread. Before Spaniards carved roads through forests, before iron nails split logs into ships, these people lived by the water. They believed the river could speak. They believed that deep bends hid spirits, some playful, some vengeful. Among them, one figure stood out: a sorcerer, a wanderer, a hairy man who laughed at priests and stole gold from miners. The name Mohan might have shifted over time. Some say it comes from muan, a word tied to enchantment, to trickery. Others believe it was a title given to shamans who could speak with the river. Whatever the root, the Spaniards heard it often enough to write it down. In some letters to Bogota, officials describe a wild priest along the banks who charms women and bends the fish to his will. They speak of nets shredded without reason, of horses refusing to cross water, of children vanishing near streams. To the villagers, the Mohan was neither fully evil nor fully good. He was a force, a reminder that the river gave and took on its own terms. To ignore him was foolish. To mock him was dangerous. So they created a balance. Songs to appease him, charms to ward him off, offerings when the water swelled too high. Tonight, that balance is tested. The offering is done. but the villagers linger. Some swear they hear a low flute playing upriver. Others claim they see movement, a shadow crouched on a rock. Nothing comes close enough to confirm. Still, mothers pull children close, and men check their nets twice before setting them out. The Mohan may be many things, but he is not a bedtime story. He is the river's own mystery, and the river keeps its secrets well. The river does not sleep, and neither do those who live beside it. By the second night, the Magdalena's voice feels louder, lapping water, unseen currents hissing against the reeds. A pale mist curls low, making every tree a ghost, every ripple a question. Along the shore, a boy of 12 crouches listening. His grandmother told him not to come, but he slipped away. What he wants is not fish or even courage. What he wants is proof. Proof that the stories whispered in kitchens and fields have weight. Across the water, there is a stirring. It is small, just a shift of reeds, but the boy freezes. He thinks he hears it then, a sound like a wooden flute, faint and wandering, carried by the mist. No one else is there, no footsteps behind him, no boat cutting the surface. And yet the music is certain. Low, deliberate notes, too human to be accident, too wild to be safe. By dawn, the village knows. The boy tells his mother, who scolds but also listens. A neighbor confirms hearing something near his traps. Soon the talk spreads. El Mohan está cerca. He is close. He is watching. The river, they say, belongs to him tonight. These whispers are not new. For as long as memory stretches, the Mohan has been a presence in the region's mind, a kind of river king and trickster combined. But his moods, like the water, change. He is said to play music that lures women. Some tales insist he combs his long black hair by moonlight, gold glinting in the strands. Fishermen swear he can summon storms to wreck boats or hide fish from the nets. Children are told he steals horses and braids their manes, a sign that his hand is near. To understand why a village fears a song in the mist, one must picture the world these people knew. It is the early colonial period. Roads are mud, lit only by torchlight. The forest is thick, alive with voices that seem to mock the human tongue. The river is not just transport. It is a boundary, a source of life, and a source of ruin. People cannot afford to gamble with it. A single flood can starve a town. A single accident can end a family's bread. In such a world, every sound matters. So when a flute plays where no player stands, when nets come up empty, when hair is found braided on a horse that no hand has touched, people take note. The Mohan is more than fear. He is explanation. He is the one who answers why a fish disappears, why a boat capsizes, why a woman vanishes at dusk. His legend grows because rivers demand reasons, and the human mind cannot rest with none. The Spanish authorities hear these rumors too, but they laugh. To them, the Mohan is a native fancy, a superstition to be stamped out like the songs to the moon. Priests preach against the old spirits. Soldiers warn against gatherings by the shore. Yet even they write notes, little scraps in ledgers, nets destroyed, fishermen missing, women warned to stay inland. They do not believe, but they record. And the record matters. And so the tension builds. On one side, a community that listens to the water. On the other, a state that listens only to itself. The Mohan lives between them. The villagers give him shape, the authorities give him resistance, and together They carve his story deeper into memory. As night falls again, families shutter doors. Women sweep porches with thorny branches. Men check their nets for signs of tampering. The boy from the night before stares out the window, certain he will hear that flute again. The river looks calm, but those who know its mood see a change. There is weight in the air, a gathering. A rhetorical question lingers like mist. If you stood there tonight, would you listen or would you laugh? And far upriver, a single note sounds again, low and bending like a willow branch. Whether it is man, spirit, or memory, no one can say. But the villagers sleep uneasily, because even a song too faint to follow can mean a storm is coming. The river swells under a sun that burns like a brass coin. By day, it seems harmless, a mirror for clouds, a lane for canoes, a road to distant towns. But even in this brightness, the villagers know that power moves under the surface. They remember what was said the night before. They remember the flute, long before Spaniards named the river, before maps drew its spine across the land. People lived by its moods. For them, water was more than resource. It was memory, ancestor, and law. Among the Pijao and Panche, the river was spoken of as if it breathed, carrying voices to the sea. They told of beings in its depths, fish that guarded secrets, birds that carried omens, and a solitary figure, the Mohan, who could walk where no one else dared. In those older days, the Mohan was not just mischief, he was counsel. Elders spoke of him as a keeper of balance, a hairy man with a crown of reeds and gold, who punished greed and rewarded respect. He was said to braid the hair of women he favored, to teach songs to those who listened. His pipe, they said, could calm the water or call up a storm. Such stories were threads in a larger fabric, a world in which every hill and pool had a soul. Colonial records, when they arrive, notice these threads, but do not understand the weave. To the officials and friars, these spirits are devils or distractions. Their letters home describe primitive rites and songs to the water. But behind the ink is an admission. People still believe. Despite sermons, despite punishment, they keep leaving offerings. Gold dust, tobacco, a single black braid tied to a branch. This persistence tells us something. It is not just fear, it is identity. To ignore the Mohan was to forget who you were, to pretend the river was only wood and water, not mystery. And in a land where forests could swallow you whole, mystery was a kind of map. The story changes, though, when empire arrives. Spanish explorers write of gold in the riverbeds, of stones that glitter and tempt. They see the river as wealth, not spirit, and so attention rises. Where locals leave offerings, Spaniards leave shovels. Where elders speak of respect, soldiers speak of claim. The Mohan becomes less of a teacher and more of a thief in their eyes, a rival for the river's riches. What happens when two worlds name the same thing but mean different truths? The villagers, hearing of strange new gods, fold them into their own. Saints and spirits blur. A cross might rise on a hill, but under it, a woman still leaves a braid of hair. Syncretism, this mixing of faiths, creates new shapes for the Mohan. Some call him a demon now, others a river priest. A few even whisper that he was once a baptized man who turned against the church. But for all the names, the sightings continue. A fisherman claims his nets were tangled beyond repair. A horse is found shaking, its mane woven with perfect knots. A young woman says she dreamed of music and woke near the river, her feet wet. Each story adds to the weight of the Mohan. a shadow growing more defined with each telling. It is easy, centuries later, to dismiss these things as fancy. But in those villages, by those waters, the world was not divided between real and unreal. The world was layered, and the Mohan lived in those layers, sometimes kind, sometimes cruel, but always there. Would you have believed it then? Would you, standing in that humid air, hearing a flute where none should be, dared to laugh, because on the fourth night, the boy hears it again, louder, longer, and this time, he swears he sees a figure on the far bank, crouched low, hair spilling like a dark river of its own. He keeps the secret until dawn, because to speak it aloud too soon might make it vanish. When the first herons unpin themselves from the reeds, the boy tells his grandmother what he saw. A crouched shape on the far bank, hair falling in ropes, a pipe ember blinking like a firefly. She listens without interrupting, hands still in the dough for the morning arapa. She has seen the river play tricks with mist before. She has also seen men underestimate what the water remembers. She pats the dough flat and says only, "If you pass by the ferry today, keep your eyes open. Men from town are taking down statements again." By noon, heat sits motionless over the Magdalena, and flies stitch the air in frantic thread. On an island not far from Santa Cruz de Mompox, founded only a few years ago in 1537, as the Spanish staked their claim on this watery road, a notary tries to keep ink from boiling in its horn. He works in the shade of a crude palisade with the patience of a man who knows paper outlives memory. On his table lie 2 pages already filled. Fishermen reporting nets torn into lace, a muleteer insisting his animal balked at a ford where it crossed yesterday without protest, and a woman whose daughter woke with river mud on her calves, though she swore she never left the house. The notary scratches those words in a practiced hand. The names he hears are a mixture the crown is still learning to pronounce. He writes Brujo del Rio in the margin, river sorcerer, then strikes the phrase and replaces it with something he considers more decorous. Un sacerdote silvestre, a wild priest. He is a clerk first, a man of categories, and the river offends him for refusing to stay put in any of them. He looks up when a ferryman arrives with a woman in a faded shawl. She carries a small bundle, which she does not set down. The ferryman salutes. The woman does not. The notary gestures to a stool. She remains standing. "Your name?" he asks. The ferryman answers for her. The notary corrects him, writes the name only after the woman nods, and then the questions begin. Where, when? Who else was present? The woman answers in short sentences that leave no room for extra ink. At dusk 2 nights ago, a sound from the reeds, not a bird, not a man she could see. Low notes, like a wooden pipe. The water lifted against her canoe without wind. She smelled tobacco where none burned. She shows the bundle finally, a small knot of black hair, the strands wet when she found them braided neatly around the canoe's peg. The notary recoils a fraction. The hair is human, and then sets his jaw. He writes the detail. He does not mention that every story this week seems to hold the same token, a braid tied where a hand should not have reached. He has rules. He makes columns. He does not write the name the woman refuses to say near water even at noon. Mohan. Above his head, a buzzard turns a lazy circle. Across the channel, long grass bows as if some great animal just ghosted by. The notary keeps writing. He is a custodian of evidence in a place where evidence tends to float away, because Spanish eyes are on these currents. In 1536, Gonzalo Jimenez de Quesada, marches out of Santa Marta with a band of men and climbs the Magdalena's spine inland, fighting mud and fever to reach the high plateau. 2 years later, in 1538, he founds Santa Fe de Bogota on the land of the Muisca and pens letters that pretend the route was simple. Those letters admit the river is a road, and that the road, like any living thing, resists. He mentions sorcerers without naming them. He complains that guides sing when they should steer. He calls the lowlands Tierra de Lagartos, land of lizards, but his men have another word whispered around the fire. The river has a master. In the years that follow, settlements cling to the banks like barnacles. Mompox to the north, later Honda farther south, the hinge where cargo is wrestled off boats and up the mountains. The crown sets a new seat of judgment. By 1549, the Royal Audiencia of New Granada sits in Bogota and expects the river to supply it with gold, cacao, and obedience. The Magdalena becomes an artery, and every obstruction in it, floods, sandbars, vanished men, feels like a hand on the empire's throat. That is when the stories the notary hears take on a new edge. He learns to recognize the hum of commerce in the background of a myth. Miners in Mariquita, where a Spanish town is formally established in 1551 to work the region's veins, complain that gold dust seems to miscount itself at the water's edge. Bag weights change. Strong boxes arrive light. Somewhere between the sandbank and the barge, a force tampers with the flow. They say it with carved faces. No one wishes to be the man who blames a spirit in front of a priest. But the word travels anyway. Mohan laughs at the empire's scales. A friar reads the notary's notes and sucks his teeth. He writes his own letters, as friars do. His are sharper. He calls the figure a demon sent to test the faithful. He suggests a procession of San Juan at the brink of June. Baptisms and singing by the water for order, not for spirits. He does not say aloud what he knows, that on the night of San Juan, long before the church set its date as June 24th, people in these parts already kept a river vigil. They stepped into the water with candles and tobacco and asked whatever listened to be kind for the next season. To forbid water from being holy in a place where water is life makes as much sense as forbidding breath. He stands on a bank one evening and watches as women wash clothes with a rhythm older than any bell, their speech slipping into songs the notary cannot spell. He notices little saints pinned to their blouses, St. John, St. Anthony, and behind them, the older shapes, necklaces of seeds, a small tooth tied on a cord. A hybrid faith walks past him, barefooted and efficient. The friar decides not to burn the charms he finds. He baptizes them instead by naming the river's balance the grace of God. The people nod. And yet, at night, a pipe still plays. Spanish captains pass through, hungry for news, and repeat what they hear like men, unsure whether to laugh. One records that horses refuse to ford a stretch called La Curtiambra. Another notes that a soldier whistled at the water to show courage, a thing local men say one must never do because whistling calls the Mohan as surely as a bell calls the faithful, and that his canoe later drifted free as if cut. The captain writes it as an anecdote, embellishment to make his report colorful, but he does not let his men whistle again. So the ledger grows fat. In one entry, the notary copies a miner's testimony, a clay pipe found where no camp was made, its bowl stained dark with tobacco and something sweet. In another, a muleteer describes his animal returning from the watering place shaking, its mane braided with 3 perfect plaits, no hand in camp claims. Folklore follows pattern, and patterns become useful to administrators because patterns can be cataloged. A taboo takes shape in the margins. Do not speak the name near water after sunset. Do not carry fresh gold to the river after dusk. Do not let young women go to fetch water alone if a flute has been heard in the last 3 nights. He writes these as customs, not laws. The laws arrive from the capital, sealed and ribboned, announcing that gatherings after dark along floodplains are prohibited except with priestly permission. Lamps must be doused by a certain hour. Songs past midnight will be discouraged by appropriate correction. The Spanish language finds 1,000 curlicued ways to mean beatings. The village reads the edict by candle and nods politely. At dawn, they will go to the water, as they always did. The boy watches the notary's quill flick and wonders how long a line of ink can hold a river's breath. He stands with his grandmother in the doorway long enough for the notary to notice them. He has met them both, and he wonders if this child of 12 will become one of those men who bring him hair in bundles and say it was tied where no one stood. The notary gestures, but the grandmother shakes her head. She will not give her story to paper today. She has a better record. The memory of this river tucked under her tongue like a seed. While the clerk catalogs testimony, a different record is kept upriver in the private journal of a young officer assigned to the garrison at Tamalameque. He writes at night because the heat makes a mockery of noon, and tonight he notes the unusual stillness between 2 peals of frog song. He confesses to himself that he has never fully believed in jungle devils, but that the water makes him consider. He describes a figure he saw in half light by a snag of driftwood, broad across the shoulders, hair hanging like wet lianas, a glint of yellow at the neck as if a coin had chosen a man for its owner instead of the reverse. In his journal, he avoids the word Mohan. He writes, hombre peludo, hairy man, and underlines it as if hoping the language will become more precise by sheer force of repetition. He sketches a pipe with his poor hand. He closes the book and lies awake, listening for a flute and telling himself it will be a bird if it comes. When it does come, lo, 3 notes falling like a promise. He is not sure whether to be disappointed or relieved. The friar hears that officers keep journals and asks politely to read them. He knows that men are braver on paper than in person, and that a page will confess what a mouth will deny. He sifts for useful detail. He notes that the pipe appears in every account: clay, never silver or iron, an omen as much as an instrument. He notes tobacco, sacred before the cross ever arrived, now used in rosaries of habit if not of doctrine. He notes gold, always gold, glinting like the eye of a god that used to be thrown into altars of water in the highlands as tunjos, offerings of the muisca sent into lakes to keep balance. He begins to suspect that what the empire calls superstition is also a ledger, a balancing of debt where the medium is not coin but respect. There is wisdom here he can use. A mission thrives when it borrows the oldest roads. He plans a festival in June and gives the river top billing. He will bless boats. He will sprinkle holy water drawn from the current itself. He will teach the children a hymn with a rhythm that matches the swing of a paddle. People will attend in numbers because people like to see their oldest paths acknowledged in the new map. And perhaps the Mohan, who is jealous of being forgotten, will accept the compromise and keep his hands out of nets for a while, but politics keeps its own tempo. The royal audiencia hears about losses and dispatches a magistrate with opinions sharpened like knives. He arrives in a wool coat because he has not yet learned what humidity does to pride. And he calls a hearing under a canvas awning that traps the day's heat as if to cook it for dinner. Men and women line up. Some give testimony easily, some refuse. He hears the word Mohan and bangs the table with a ringed hand. He does not permit demons in the minutes. "We will say malacores desconocidos," he declares. "Unknown wrongdoers. We will find them. We will punish them." The people look at the water and keep their faces smooth. Unknown wrongdoers do not braid horse manes at night without waking the stable hands. Unknown wrongdoers do not whistle from both banks without making ripples. Unknown wrongdoers do not appear to women at dusk with gold lying against their chests like promises and then vanish when the river licks its lips. But the magistrate writes what he writes because empires require the world to be legible, and the river is a handwriting the crown cannot read. He orders a patrol to sweep a set of islands with lanterns. They go because the pay is late, and the only way to make a coin count is to survive to collect it. The boy watches from behind a palm as men step into canoes with a look that a man gets right before entering a house, where he knows a sickbed holds someone he loves, the look of borrowing courage on credit. The friar blesses them. The notary sharpens 2 quills. The magistrate rolls his shoulders as if preparing to pry the lid off a chest that has been wedged shut since God thought of the word river. They return 3 hours later with a basket. Inside, 1 pipe of clay, its stem carved with little notches, the skin of a fish dried and tied like a ribbon, a handful of black hair rolled into a ball and secured with a thorn. To the magistrate, it is evidence of a sect. To the friar, it is a private rite caught in the act. To the villagers, it is what the river has always offered back when challenged, a reminder that it keeps everything and shares only on its own terms. The notary catalogs the items and asks the ferryman to sign. The ferryman draws a cross for his mark and adds, in a voice that carries too far, "If you take his pipe, he will simply make another." The magistrate frowns at the presumptuous "his" and thinks of a bandit with a name and a hideout. The friar thinks of how objects travel between worlds, how a tunjo, a small gold figurine shaped like a person or animal, once crossed from a human hand into a lake, and from the lake into a god's stomach, and from that stomach back into a conquistador's pouch 2 generations later, with a different meaning stitched onto it like a new sleeve. The friar looks at the pipe and wonders which stomach it is in now. By late afternoon, the air breaks into a short, angry rain. Steam rises from the earth as if the world exhaled. Nets go out anyway, because hunger follows rules, even when weather does not. The boy's grandmother ties a small sprig of ruda, rue, a bitter herb believed to ward off curses, over her doorway and tells the boy not to answer if anyone calls his name from the water. He nods too quickly, which is how grandmothers know that nods can be lies. Along the bank, words float downriver about a case from years back, a drowning no one agreed to speak of too loudly. A settler went out at midday with a sack of prospecting tools and 2 friends. Only one returned with a story that tripped over itself. A sudden wave, a hand on an ankle, a pipe sound that seemed to come from under the boat. Nothing a court could try. Everything a grandmother would recognize. The friar makes a map on a scrap, dots where the pipe is heard, where braids are found, where nets shred. It looks like a constellation, as any map does when a man tries to join points whose true relation is not geometry but story. He circles a bend where reports cluster and writes peligro and crescita, danger and flood, because each report coincides with the river running high. He is not surprised. Practical ecology hides inside myth like a bone inside a fish. Floods scatter fish. Scattered fish avoid nets. Men invent a hand to explain an invisible mouth. Also true, perhaps, a man, hairy and proud, learned to make the river's moods serve his own legend, or the legend learned to use men. A soldier laughs when the friar says as much. A hairy priest, he snorts to the others later. 2 drinks into a bottle with a cork gnawed to softness. If he wants my gold, he can come take it from my belt. The men chuckle, because this is a thing soldiers say in all centuries when they are 3 hours and 1 bottle away from guards. The friar, passing, does not correct him. He knows that the river prefers modesty in its supplicants and will teach the lesson in its own way if pressed. Small aside, the gentlest of jokes, a man who taunts the water learns humility faster than any sermon can provide. The water gives short homilies with long consequences. Evening returns with a softness that fools the eye into thinking the day fixed all its edges. At the ferry, the notary packs his papers, and the magistrate has retired to a hammock that keeps refusing to learn how his spine curves. The friar lingers near the landing, watching small fish boil in the shallows as if something large passed by them that they were ashamed to mention. A woman kneels to fill a jar and sings quietly, a tune the boy remembers from his mother's good days, the one that asks the river to be a friend, not a judge. He thinks of those Spanish eyes, scribbling and sealing, and wonders what a page can hold. He imagines a trunk in Bogota, flies long dead, a clerk in another century reading these words and thinking them quaint. He imagines the river lifting against a pen in a future hand. He imagines, and this is the shape of his imagination now, that the Mohan does not mind being recorded as long as he is not reduced. To be watched is one kind of acknowledgement. To be believed is another. He suspects the Mohan prefers the second, but will use the first when it suits him. A question then, gentle and not unkind. If you were the friar, would you baptize the river's old rites or burn them? If you were the magistrate, would your ringed hand demand names from water? And if you were the notary, would your ink try to nail a current to one clear word? Night lays itself over the floodplain like a shawl. Somewhere upstream, a flute begins, the same low 3 notes the boy has heard twice before. He counts them without moving his lips. The ferryman, tying his boat to a stump, pauses and pretends he is only checking the knot. The magistrate, despite himself, opens one eye in the hammock. The friar places his hand on the post of the landing and listens along the grain. The notary, who never writes what he has not seen, folds his last sheet and tells himself that tomorrow will be full of new testimony, and that testimony will require neat columns, and that neat columns will satisfy the capital. On the far bank, moonlight finds hair. It gleams not like a courtier's brushed lock, but like the coat of an animal that belongs to water, not land. The ember at the end of a pipe brightens, fades, brightens again. Gold winks once at the base of a throat, the familiar insolent glimmer of a tunjo that refused to stay in any shrine it was thrown into. The figure rises without hurry, as if obeying an old appointment, and the flute sound cuts off so cleanly it might have been the river itself pinching a reed between 2 invisible fingers. No one shouts. That would be crass. This is a place where even confrontations follow ritual. The ferryman finishes his knot and does not look up again. The friar breathes a prayer that begins with a Catholic name and ends without one. The magistrate, in the shadow of his hammock, rehearses a speech about thieves he will deliver in the morning. The notary thinks about the word Mohan and does not write it down. On the porch of a low house just beyond the landing, the boy's grandmother holds the boy's wrist. She feels the pulse jump as the figure lifts one hand, as if weighing the town on a scale no one sees, and she says, "Ahora sí, niño." Now you have your proof. And the boy does what people do who will carry a story into their old age. He keeps his breath shallow, so the moment does not tremble and refuses to blink until the river blinks first. The morning after the figure's silent appearance, the river seems to hold its breath. Even the birds move slower, hopping along the muddy banks as if they know something has shifted. The boy's grandmother makes no mention of what they witnessed, but she ties a fresh sprig of rue above the doorway and tells the boy to stay close. Across the village, men walk to the ferry with stiff backs, speaking too loudly of other things: the weight of fish, the price of salt, the sudden dampness of the night. When the friar passes, they lower their eyes, but do not stop their hands. The magistrate wakes early, restless. His hammock has left a pattern of ropes on his cheek, and though he would never admit it, he keeps thinking of a shadow by the reeds. At the center of these uneasy movements lies a question that no one wants to ask too soon. Who is the Mohan truly? Before the Spaniards came, the word was not the name of a devil, but a title, a role. Among some of the indigenous peoples, a Mohan was a kind of shaman or sorcerer, someone who spoke with the unseen, mediated with spirits, and guarded the health of the community. The river, thick and serpentine, was more than water. It was the path of ancestors and the keeper of secrets. A Mohan might be a healer or a trickster, and often both. His tools were simple: tobacco, clay, gold charms hammered thin. But his influence deep, for those who controlled water controlled life. When the Spanish crown claimed New Granada, they did not come empty-handed. They brought priests, laws, and a deep suspicion of any power outside their own. What was once respected as a Mohan became recast as sorcery, and in the official tongue of the colonial state, sorcery leaned toward heresy. In letters and decrees, the Mohan's face twisted into something darker. Reports described a hairy creature, a seducer of women, a destroyer of nets, a thief of gold, and yet something older persisted. Villagers still left offerings at the bends of the Magdalena: tobacco, braids of hair, bits of copper. A fisherman might cross himself and still whisper an older prayer to the water. These acts were not always fear. They were acknowledgement. The Mohan had become a figure stretched between worlds, part guardian, part outlaw. One thing remained constant across every story: signs. People spoke of warnings before the Mohan drew near: hair braided tightly and left on stones, a horse refusing to drink, fish scattering through the water looked calm, and above all, music, a reed flute playing slow and deliberate. To hear it was to know you were being watched. For those who lived under colonial rule, these signs were not simply superstition. They were a language of memory, a way of keeping their place in a world that was changing too quickly. The church might rename saints, the magistrates might redraw maps, but the river kept its dialect, and the Mohan spoke it fluently. By midday, the magistrate calls for another hearing. This time he wants men with weapons present. A soldier reads out a new ordinance: no gatherings near the river after dusk, no singing without clerical oversight. His words fall flat against the warm wind. The villagers nod, but say little. They have learned to be polite when power arrives with paper. That night, a different quiet settles over the banks. The ferryman sharpens his oar, the friar hums under his breath, and the boy waits for the sound he half fears, half longs for. When it comes, it is faint, a single note bending as if in greeting. And with it, a question. Is this a spirit, a man, or simply the shape that longing takes when a people refuse to forget? Somewhere upstream, something stirs. The day after the magistrate's ordinance, the river runs swollen with recent rains. Brown water licks the roots of the ceiba trees, carrying leaves, twigs, and small broken branches downstream. It is the season when the Magdalena grows restless, reshaping its banks overnight. And for the people who live close to it, that restlessness is never only about weather. The older ones remember what the younger ones forget, that when the water rises, so does the story. It is said that the Mohan was born on such a day when the earth and water joined, and the thunder walked the hills like a proud animal. The details differ from one storyteller to the next. Some say he was a child of the Pijao, born beneath a ceiba tree struck by lightning, his mother marked by a streak of white in her hair. Others speak of a foundling, left in a basket of reeds, lifted from the water by an old healer who taught him songs the river had once sung to her. But all agree, there were signs. His hair grew thick and long, his teeth sharp. His laugh carried like a flute across the water. By his 12th year, fish seemed to leap to his hands. By his 15th, horses shied from him and dogs growled low. The elders, both afraid and proud, said the river had claimed him early. For the people of the Magdalena Valley, omens were not cause for shame. A child born under certain stars, a call on the head, a first cry at an unlucky hour. All these marked a life touched by something unseen. A Mohan, before the Spaniards came, might serve as priest and judge, herbalist and singer. To speak with water was to speak with ancestors. To charm the river was to hold the village's heart. When the friars arrived, they heard these stories with suspicion. They saw long hair and called it wildness, saw tobacco smoke and called it sorcery. Slowly, the role of Mohan was turned inside out. What had been a trusted intermediary became a feared outlaw. The man by the river became the hairy demon who lured women and drowned the careless. Yet, even as the colonial tongue twisted the meaning, the villagers remembered. Birth omens persisted in their minds. They whispered of children whose hair tangled like weeds, of boys who could not be kept from the shore, of girls who hummed tunes no one had taught them. They tied red threads to cradles, believing it kept wandering spirits away. They gave offerings when the thunder came, muttering old words under the sound of the church bell. In the colonial records, these are noted as curiosities, sometimes even crimes. In one letter, a priest complains of mothers who persist in marking infants with coal, binding charms at their wrists, and claiming the river watches them. Another magistrate describes a trial in 1657 where a midwife was fined for singing songs not of the holy book at a birth. But between the lines you can read something else. The people did not easily surrender the idea that the water knew their names, and always, in these accounts, the Mohan lingers. Even when unnamed, he is the shape of the fear. He is the stranger who will take a child that is unguarded, the music that will call a girl to the bank, the shadow that will sit by the ceiba, when no wind moves its leaves. That night, as the rain clears, the boy again hears the flute. This time, the notes are playful, quick. He slips to the window and sees only the swollen river glinting under the half-moon. His grandmother catches his arm. "Do not go," she says. When the water is high, he comes close. Her eyes are not afraid. They are certain. The magistrate cannot see certainty. He sees only challenge. The next day, he orders a patrol to ride the edges of the flood, checking stables, counting livestock. Horses are found with their manes braided in neat, eerie patterns. At one farm, a rooster crows at midnight, and men swear they saw something by the fence, crouched low and broad. The friar records these things in his own quiet hand, but he adds what the magistrate cannot. Many people still think that the Mohan is not a man, but a memory given shape, a warning the river repeats. So what do you think? What is known is this: the legend grows strongest when the water rises, as if the river itself swells with its stories. And in the village, a hush deepens. People sweep their doors, tie charms to their windows. They listen for music, and sometimes they hear it, faint and teasing, like laughter carried by the current. At the bend of the Magdalena, under a sky bruised with retreating clouds, something moves through the reeds. It pauses long enough for the moonlight to catch on something bright. A coin, a pipe, or perhaps just a drop of water sliding down hair as dark as the night itself. By afternoon, the river smells of wet clay and green things cut open, and on the ferryman's table, a plank balanced across 2 barrels, 3 objects sit in a crooked row as if waiting to be named in a catechism. A clay pipe, 2 small gold trinkets, and a length of braided hair tied with a thorn. The friar stands with sleeves rolled, the notary with his ledger open to a clean page, the magistrate hovering like a hawk pretending patience. The boy and his grandmother linger in the doorway, far enough to pretend they are only passing, close enough to see the details that matter. The pipe is simple, the kind any potter's child could form from river mud and heat. Bowl rounded, stem slightly angled, the surface scratched with tiny crosshatches a thumbnail could have made. When the friar lifts it, ash sifts out soft as moth dust, and the smell of spent tobacco rises. He inhales, and under the tobacco, he catches something sweeter. Maybe crushed leaf burned with resin, the ghost of a jungle plant whose name the friar cannot pin to Latin. Tobacco, here, is not just habit, it is instrument. Tobacco, sacred leaf smoked or burned to carry prayer. The gold trinkets are no coin. One is a ring of hammered leaf shaped like a fish, the other a drop with a tiny notch at the top, as if once strung on a cord. The friar recognizes the second shape in a trembling instant. A tunjo, small cast gold figurine used as offering, cut down to an amulet. Tunjos were meant for lakes and rivers in the highlands, sent as gifts into the bellies of water gods long before any cross glinted on a cathedral. Their surfaces were not meant to catch sunlight on a human chest. They were meant to sleep with mud and forgetfulness. Yet here, a piece of one lies in a magistrate's shadow, light skating across it like a dare, and the braid, black, 3 plaits tight and neat, tied at the end with a thorn from a mesquite, human hair. The notary's quill stalls a breath over the page, because it is one thing to record a braid found by the ferry, and another to admit that hair is a thing that belongs to the body. Hair means someone touched, someone marked. Hair means proximity. Hair means the Mohan, or a man pretending to be him, came close enough to tie intent into fiber. The friar sets each item back in its place, and wipes 2 fingers on his cassock, as if heat from the pipe and cold from the gold will leave their opposing temperatures on him if he is not careful. These are tools, he says, not to contradict the magistrate, who prefers words like evidence and contraband, but to place the objects back inside a logic older than edict. In myths that still flex their muscle in the dark, tools are not props. They are bridges. He has listened to old women by the river. He has watched them work. He knows how tobacco smoke is blown over water to quiet the teeth of a current after a drowning, how hair is braided 3 times and tied to a boat peg when a girl dreams of music, how small gold shapes are pressed to the forehead of a feverish child, because gold, Freya, cool to the touch, draws heat. He has seen a ferryman light a pipe and hold the bowl inches above the surface, then circle it clockwise 3 times before puffing, a gesture so consistent that it cannot be coincidence. Ritual technology operates on the conviction that sequence matters, the direction of the circle, the number of braids, the order of steps. The magistrate cannot abide the word technology here, because it suggests an intelligence in practice he would rather label superstition. He clears his throat. Call it contrived trickery, he says, as if that should end a discussion. The friar does not bother to debate. He points to the braid and asks the notary to record exactly how many turns make each plait. He counts 9 in all, 3 per strand. A 9 charm, the grandmother murmurs, almost to herself. The friar glances and files the phrase away. Charm, small rite or object carried for protection or influence. Why 9? Patterns do not arrive with footnotes. Perhaps it is because 3 feels complete to human fingers, and 3 times 3 seals the feeling. Perhaps long ago, under a different moon, a midwife tied 9 knots to keep a birth from slipping too fast, and the habit traveled, hand to hand, until it reached the river. What is sure? In this village, 9 is a number that belongs to endings and stay, and not yet. A 9 braid left on a stone says, abide, hold, do not take this one. Knots mean more than hair. At the stables, men have woken to find their horses' manes woven in intricate plaits. Some say blessings, some say curses. A horse with a braided mane may refuse water, may shy from a ford where he usually splashes, may stand rigid, scanning a bank as if someone stood there whistling between teeth. Folklore tells that a braid can bind the wind, stall a current, keep a boat from drifting until an offering is made. Binding, ritual tying believed to hold a force in place. Sailors in far northern seas speak of knotted cords sold by witches, each knot to be loosed for a degree of wind. Here, on the Magdalena, no one sells cords at market, but they do not laugh at the idea that intention, tied correctly, has weight. If knots and hair bind, what does gold do in these stories? It draws, the way a candle draws moths. In the old cosmology, the friar has learned to read in whispers. Gold is not greed, it is purity of sun. When the river was a god's vein, gold was the metal the god recognized. To drop it in was to put a coin back in the right purse. Then came men in armor who turned the gesture inside out, scooping offerings from lake beds and weighing holiness by the arroba. The Mohan's legend adjusts to this theft, the way a stream adjusts to a fallen log. It curls round, gathers pressure, cuts a new channel. He becomes jealous of metal. He wears it at his throat. He lures those who carry it too brightly. He teaches a lesson by drowning what sparkles too loud after dusk. The magistrate has heard miners in Mariquita grumble that gold dust dies at the water's edge if a tune is in the air. He takes the phrase down as poetry for a report back to Bogota. Poetry annoys him because it refuses to sit still on a shelf the way law books do. Still, the complaints add up. Even men who disdain the word Mohan check their belts twice before boarding a ferry at night, and if music drifts from the reeds, they turn their faces inland until the last note fades. The pipe, then. Why a pipe? Because smoke travels between worlds. The friar has learned this by practice as much as by observation. Incense is part of his office, and holy smoke is a Catholic way to render the invisible briefly visible. In the villages, tobacco does a similar job under a different name. A pipe bowl held over water releases a skin of smoke that clings like silk and shows how current runs beneath. If the skin tears, someone mutters a charm, stirs the air, and watches again. If the skin holds, the boat pushes off. This is not fancy. This is method. Tobacco in mouths also keeps mosquitoes half at bay, so the practical and the mystical sit side by side like cousins who do not quarrel. A clay pipe is what a riverman would make because clay is what he has. Clay, river mud shaped and fired, holds heat well and is cheap to replace when it breaks. The friar turns the pipe in his hand and sees notch marks along the stem, 9 again, evenly spaced. He feels for a groove along the bowl and finds one in the shape of a fish. He wets a fingertip and taps the bowl. A dull chime answers. The boy leans closer, almost forgetting to pretend he is only passing. The pipe is not beautiful. It is not meant to be. Function wears its own kind of shine, and it is the shine of habit. Give me that, the magistrate says finally, which is how men speak to interrupt their own unease. He pockets the pipe. The friar does not protest. He has kept one of the gold pieces. The notary has the braid swaddled in cloth to take measurements later. The river owns all of it in another sense. Each piece is a borrowed syllable from its long speech, and they are only lending ears, a practical demonstration then. The friar takes a fresh plug of tobacco and crumbles it into a totemo bowl. A totemo is a dried calabash gourd used as cup, lights a twist of palm fiber, and leans out over the landing. He coaxes the smoke low with his hand until it lays like a shawl across the water's first skin. He watches the shawl tear into 2 dark lanes. 2 runs, he says. Go left, or you'll be rowing dry. The ferryman grunts that he already knows, and he does, but he appreciated the priest's language for what his body knows with the oar. Ritual and craft shake hands. The grandmother points with her chin at the gold. If he wears that, she says softly, it is not to show he has it. The friar hears the grammar of a world where display is prayer, not boast. The magistrate hears it too and translates it into policy. Ban amulets, search bundles, seize charms. In 1610, the Holy Office, the Tribunal of the Inquisition, established its seat in Cartagena de Indias. Its reach now spreads across New Granada. Official men with pens sharpened like needles will read this magistrate's notes and nod at seizures, frown at tolerance, counsel erasure. That is a historical fact the friar feels breathing at his back even when the day is quiet. He can hear that tribunal's quills scratching like cicadas at dusk, so the friar writes to get ahead of any zeal. He proposes a blessing of the tools at the feast of San Juan. Boats, nets, even pipes. He does not call it appeasement. He calls it gratitude. He offers to pin a little cross on each gold charm and murmur a prayer over it in front of eyes that will count such gestures as victory. The villagers bring their amulets and their braids, and their silence. To show a thing is to risk losing it. To hide it is to risk forgetting. They choose a middle path, lend the priest the outer layer, and keep the inner words tucked where no edict can reach. The notary plays his part too, in the way of men who believe order can be made by listing. He measures braids that appear near the landing for a week, some tight, some loose, some wrapped around a peg, one tied oddly to a net's float. He notes the number of plats, whether close to or far from water, whether fresh or dry. He draws a table and places marks in neat rows. In the margin, a private line. Patterns suggest hands, not currents. But whose hands and under what instruction? He is too practical to write Mohan. He is too honest to write unknown wrongdoer without the little ache that comes when a man forces language to pretend certainty he does not feel. Is there trickery here? Of course there is. Trickery lives inside ritual, like a bird lives inside a tree. Part, not parasite. Lovers braid for each other and blame a riverman to thrill their skin. Boys knot horsemanes because prank feels like proof of courage. Rivals plant hair to start a whisper war. The friar has seen this. He has also seen a man pull a pipe from his pocket and light it with reverence that has nothing to do with swagger and everything to do with speaking to something older than fear. He asks the ferryman to describe how the hair lies when he finds it. The ferryman shows with his hands, fingers dancing over an invisible peg. Always the knot turned outward, he says. Always the thorn through the last tuck, facing the water. The boy tries the gesture in the air when no one watches and feels the rightness of the motion, the way a sailor's knot remembers its own shape in the fingers that tie it. A curse tied wrong becomes nothing more than a braid. A charm tied right hums like a bee under cloth. Night settles, and with it, the company dissolves. The pipe in the magistrate's pocket warms against his leg as if protesting confinement, and he tells himself it is only body heat. The friar returns the gold to a cotton pouch and thinks of the highland lakes where tunjos sleep, and of divers who will someday learn to yank them back into sunlight again. The notary folds his ledger and tucks the braid into a paper sleeve, with a label so careful it looks like pen lace. The boy and grandmother walk home along the scent of wet dust cooling. At their threshold, the grandmother pauses, reaches up, and reties the sprig of rue, ruda, sharp-leaved herb against bad luck, so that it hangs from the lintel by a thread of agave. She asks the boy to hold one end while she knots the other. He obeys without breath. 9, she says, and the last knot clicks tight. She blows across it once, lightly. The boy feels a shiver of understanding, the way one does when a pattern suddenly reveals its own backbone. Elsewhere, under the ceiba where lightning once split a branch and left a scar the color of old bone, a shadow sits with knees up. He, if he is a he, holds nothing. No pipe, no gold. He seems content to comb with his fingers, slowly, until the hair lies like a wet shawl down his back. When he lifts his hand, there is a glint between thumb and forefinger, not metal, but a thorn. He threads it through a little circle of hair with a deftness that suggests long practice. The expression on his face is not malice. It is attention. That is what the friar keeps forgetting. How much of power is simply the patience to tie the world into the shape you need it to hold until morning. He rises at last and moves through the reeds with a steadiness that makes the plants shiver, as if a breeze had hidden itself inside his steps. He does not hum. The night hums for him. Frogs click like castanets. In the black distance, a bird gives 2 notes and then changes its mind. The river keeps saying, river, 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 the way a mouth keeps saying breath, even when lungs are sleeping. A canoe glides out from the landing with 2 men who have decided that fear cannot feed a house. Their nets lie coiled like tame snakes. One carries a new charm the friar has blessed, a ribbon pinned through a fishbone. The other carries nothing but an oar and a superstition. He refuses to name out loud. They stop where the water suddenly darkens. A drop-off. The man with the charm holds it over the edge and touches it to the surface. The other man pretends to adjust his foot for balance and looks deliberately at a star that has just crawled out from behind a cloud, as if to say he is governed by far lights, not near shadows. It is an old joke between men who need to fish where stories are thickest. From the bank, one quiet pull on something tied around a stump. A knot slides free. It could be a boy with mischief in his hands. It could be an old man who once was taught to release a hold when it is time and cannot help performing the lesson one more time. It could be a shadow with a thorn in its pocket. The canoe drifts a span sideways, hits the place where the smoke earlier made a seam, and then settles. The net goes out with the soft smack of wet rope on heavier water. The river takes it as if taking back a word. The friar, who has refused to sleep, hears a soft note from upriver, a pipe or a reed catching just so where current meets stem, and does not engage it with a question. He lets it be sound. He lets it lay over the water the way smoke did. What questions do is wake things. Tonight he prefers quiet, the quiet in which tools mean what they mean and do what they were made to do. The pipe to read, the gold to draw, the knot to hold or release according to a sequence the hand remembers without lecture. He writes one line before blowing out his candle. Ritual is memory, rehearsed by the fingers. He could add, when memory is rehearsed enough, it convinces even the things with no fingers to play along. When the morning comes, it brings 3 fish big enough to make the canoe feel honest. The men are tired, but still themselves. The charm hangs pale against the hull. The knot on the stump is tied again. 9 turns, thorn out. And the ferryman will claim later he did not touch it. The magistrate will find nothing on patrol but footprints like anybody's and a scrap of cloth where someone wiped ash from a pipe. The notary will record fish weights and weather because this, too, belongs in the ledger when the argument reaches Bogota. The boy will try tying 9 knots in a cord behind the house until his fingers memorize the shape. He will never say whether he thinks the 9 clicks held the current or simply held his fear together long enough to let him sleep. The pipe will make its way back to the water before the week ends, not because the magistrate repents, because pockets are forgetful and men take off their trousers to swim. When it sinks, bubbles climb in a short silver ladder, and then the surface closes as if a mouth took a slow breath and decided to keep it far off. An old tune begins again. Not loud, not insistent, only enough to mark that tools are active, the way a bell marks that a service has started whether or not you walk inside. The next movement belongs to the music and to those who pretend not to hear it while stepping slightly closer to its source, without admitting that their feet decide more than their heads do, when a river asks them to choose which story to enter. The rains pass, but the river remains swollen, a restless brown snake twisting through the valley. Each day it drops new debris on the shore, branches, torn reeds, the husks of plants from far upstream. And each day, more stories find their way to the notary's table. A trader says he lost 2 goats to something that startled them near the water. A boy claims he saw a figure bending over a dead fish, combing its scales with a carved stick. A woman arrives with a braid of hair found knotted to her gate. She will not step too close to the door. She lays the braid on the threshold and backs away. By now, everyone knows the pattern. Where there is a braid, there is music. Some evenings the tune drifts faintly, 3 notes stretched like a question. Others, it is full and liquid, carrying across the water like an invitation. Not everyone believes, but even those who laugh check their nets twice. The friar has been watching closely. He studies the tools and the gestures, seeing a system in what others call superstition. A pipe bowl turned clockwise before lighting, hair tied facing the water, a thorn through a braid. He has learned the smell of the Mohan's materials. Tobacco sweetened with honey leaf, clay that tastes of iron, gold worn as sign, not as treasure. These are not accidents. They are signals, and signals are what a community needs when it lives under 2 rulers, the land and the crown. The river is older than both, but the Spanish magistrate is not patient with mysteries. His patrols grow bolder. They walk at night with lanterns, looking for tracks. They find them sometimes, wide prints near the mud, pressed deep, as if by a man who carries weight but walks barefoot. They measure them. They match no soldier's boot. One night, a young soldier returns pale. He says nothing at first, then mutters that he heard someone laughing in the dark, low, amused, just beyond the lamplight. When asked, he insists it was no echo. It came from the reeds. The magistrate calls it foolishness. The ferryman shakes his head. The friar writes it down. By now, even the boy's world has changed. He watches the edges of the river not with fear, but with a kind of awe. He is seeing a pattern that grown men argue about. For him, the Mohan is becoming a character, not only a threat. At dusk, he sits on the steps, listening for music. Once, he swears he saw a hand lift above the reeds, combing through black hair. The motion was slow, deliberate, as if meant to be seen. The Spanish keep pushing. Orders are sent to Bogota and responses returned stamped with seals. There is talk of clearing river cults, of securing the trade route. It is 1654 now, and the Magdalena is the empire's road to the interior. Silver and gold must move. Tobacco, hides, dyes, all travel this water. If the river is restless, the empire frowns. But here's what the friar sees. The more they press, the more the legend hardens. Songs once whispered become firmer. A child who hears a flute lifts his chin, curious, not terrified. Women braid hair and lay it on stones without shame. Even men who scoff will tell you quietly that it is best not to mock the Mohan when the moon is high. The river's language is made of repetition. Each braid says, I was here. Each pipe bowl says, I spoke. Each gold drop says, I remember. When these signs are read together, they make a map, but not one the magistrate can use. They lead not to a hiding man, but to a way of thinking, a truth that says water is more than a road, that the unseen has teeth, and that respect is cheaper than defiance, so the tension builds. The friar senses a crest coming, a night when the Mohan will not just leave braids and smoke, but stand too near to ignore. And when it comes, the first voice will be music, always music, floating low, like a reminder that the river keeps its own calendar. A question hangs in the air. If you were called by that sound, would you follow, or would you turn inland, pretending not to hear? The river is a teacher, and like all teachers, it repeats itself until someone listens. By now, the pattern is impossible to ignore. Pipes, braids, gold, laughter. What changes is the scale. What once seemed small and secret grows larger, more public, like a rumor that refuses to die. In the village, mothers sweep their thresholds and tie knots of rue. Men walk the river path slower, scanning the ground for wide, barefoot prints. Children speak the name without fear, curious rather than trembling. The Mohan is no longer only a shadow. He has become a presence threaded into the daily chores, as real as the priest's bell or the rooster at dawn. And always there is music. A few notes, never more than needed, rising from reeds, drifting across water. Sometimes it comes at dusk when the last light catches on clay jars. Sometimes at midnight when only the dogs are awake. Each note carries weight because it is proof that something watches, something chooses to be heard. These sounds recall a time older than the Spanish tongue. Among the Pijao and Panche, music was language. Flutes made of bone or cane were bridges to the unseen. A healer might play to calm a spirit, to call fish, to mark the change of seasons. A Mohan's pipe was not leisure. It was a tool, like a key. The river responded to music because the people believed it could, and belief gave shape to sound. Now, under the eyes of soldiers and scribes, those same notes are labeled lures, warnings, or trickery. But the friar, who has listened longer than most, sees something else. Continuity. Ritual survives by bending. The Mohan may be outlawed, but his gestures are the same. Music, smoke, gold, hair, all are remnants of an older world stubbornly alive in the new. One evening, the magistrate orders another patrol. Lanterns high, muskets ready. The men row quietly, the water-black glass under them. At the bend where reeds are thickest, a sound rises, low and playful. The men freeze. The ferryman dips his oar without speaking. And then, as quickly as it came, the sound stops. Nothing moves. Only the drip of water from the oar, the frogs resuming their chatter. The next day, more braids appear. One on a fence post, one in a stable, one tied to a ferryman's pole. All are neat, thorn-pinned, ends toward the water. The magistrate grows impatient. He issues fines, posts guards, threatens arrests, but no one claims them, and the river keeps speaking. For the villagers, these signs are layered. A braid might mean warning, but it might also mean protection. A pipe's smoke can be threat, but it can also be prayer. Gold can invite greed, but in the right hands, it is offering. The Mohan is not a single meaning. He is all the meanings braided together, tight and unbroken. The friar records each appearance. His journal fills with sketches, knots, reeds, prints, the angle of a thorn. He writes in the margin, "This is not chaos. This is grammar." And perhaps he is right. The boy notices too. He has learned to count the notes, to feel the quiet before they begin. One night he whispers to his grandmother, "If he wanted to harm us, wouldn't he have done it by now?" She looks at him long and then says, "Sometimes the strongest hand is the one that holds still." And then she adds, almost to herself, "But remember, still water hides the deepest stones." The legend is deepening, and the river waits for its next move. The river does not yield its secrets easily. Days grow heavier with heat, and each afternoon the Magdalena glows like bronze under the sun. The magistrate is restless now, less because of danger, and more because of the one thing power cannot bear: defiance. Each braid, each note of music, each pipe ash carried on the wind is a reminder that something someone still moves beyond his reach. The friar senses the tension. He has seen it before in other provinces, the way a mystery can harden into rebellion if pressed too hard. He tries to calm the magistrate's impatience. "These are signs of memory," he says, "not attacks." But the magistrate shakes his head. To him, memory is no excuse. The crown tolerates no rival language on its road. Yet the evidence grows. A trader loses a mule at the ford. Another braid appears, pinned to the rope of a ferry. A fisherman swears his net was twisted into knots he cannot explain. At night, the reeds speak in low music again. Some men claim it is the wind. Others know the wind does not play 3 notes in perfect measure. The boy and his grandmother continue to watch. She says little now, but her actions speak. Fresh rue tied at the door, a small copper coin placed near the water at dawn, prayers spoken in a low voice when no one listens. The boy feels a strange loyalty to the unseen figure, not of fear, but of curiosity, even pride. The Mohan is theirs in a way the magistrate will never understand. One evening, a quiet spreads over the village like a blanket. Clouds pile thick at the horizon. The air smells of rain. Men hurry animals into pens. Women gather clothes from the line. The boy lingers, listening. Then he hears it. A single clear note from far off, bending like a willow in the wind. It is neither threat nor greeting, but a reminder. Someone is there, shaping sound against silence. And then, almost on cue, the rain begins, heavy, sudden, drumming the roofs, thickening the river. In the downpour, footprints vanish, voices muffled, but the legend only sharpens. Somewhere in the darkness, a soldier claims he saw a figure on the far bank, pipe ember glowing like an eye. He fires his musket. The smoke drifts, the shot echoes, but the only answer is the river rolling on, indifferent and wide. The friar writes late into the night. He records not the shot, but the music before it. He wonders if this is not conflict, but conversation. A way the land reminds those who live on it that power comes in many shapes. He closes his journal with one thought. Many people still think that the Mohan is only myth. But if myth is memory, what does it remember that we do not? At dawn, the rain clears, and the river is calm again. Yet on the landing, someone has left another braid, wet but perfect, pinned with a thorn facing the water. It is not a challenge. It is a statement. The river watches, and so should you. Morning breaks with the steady rhythm of dripping water. The night's rain has washed the air clean, but the ground is soft, and the river moves faster, wider. Along the shore, villagers find more signs. 2 braids left on fence posts, a knot tied to a fishing line, the shape of a wide barefoot print stamped in the mud, as if someone walked there during the storm. Even the magistrate, heavy-eyed from lack of sleep, cannot deny there is intention here. He leans over the print with a scowl, then orders his men to trace it. They try, but the mud is already drying, cracking at the edges. The friar studies the print quietly. He sees details others miss. The splay of the toes, the deep press at the ball of the foot. Not an animal, not a soldier. He does not say it aloud. Instead, he notes it in his journal, along with the latest braids and the soldier's report of laughter in the reeds. By now, the Mohan is more than a name in the village. He is an invisible participant in every day. Horses shy from the water. Dogs bark at nothing. Women take care when they cross the shallows, whispering small prayers or laying tobacco on the bank before stepping in. It is as if the community has returned to an older rhythm, one that remembers that not everything seen can be measured, and not everything heard must be explained. The magistrate refuses to bend. Each new sign feels like mockery, and his pride is raw. He orders a sweep of the riverbanks, lanterns and muskets, boots and oars. For hours they search, reeds, islands, shallow coves. Nothing. Yet that night, after the patrol has returned, a pipe's faint tune drifts into the village again, gentle and deliberate, as though to remind them that the river is wide and its keeper moves when he chooses. Fear and fascination mix in the people's hearts. Some speak of traps and capture, others shake their heads. You cannot cage water, one elder mutters. You cannot catch a shadow. The boy listens and says nothing. He sits at the window and counts the notes when they come. 3. Pause. 3. A pattern now. A signature. The friar sees something else in the pattern. Intelligence, even patience. He wonders if the Mohan is playing a long game, testing boundaries, teaching a lesson. Or perhaps, he thinks, the Mohan is not a single man at all, but a practice. Gestures passed along, secrets shared by those who know the river better than any map can show. Still, the signs grow bolder. One morning a braid is found tied to the magistrate's own tent pole. It is clean, perfect, thorn pinned outward. The magistrate's jaw tightens, but he says nothing to the men. Instead, he burns the braid in a shallow dish and kicks the ashes into the river. It is an act of control, but also a kind of concession. By evening, the river seems to answer. The ferryman, carrying a passenger across, swears he saw movement near the Seba. A crouched figure, hair falling like wet rope, head bent as if studying the current. He looked again, and it was gone. The friar writes into the night. He does not know what the Mohan wants, but he senses the story is circling toward something larger. In his journal he writes, "The river remembers more than we do. Perhaps the Mohan is only the memory given form." The boy falls asleep to the soft, persistent chorus of frogs and the hope that tomorrow the music will return. Somewhere beyond the lamps, the reeds sway though there is no wind, and a single note rises, low and unhurried. The air grows thick in the weeks that follow, as if the river is holding its breath. A nervousness hums through the village. It hangs over the landing where boats creak and settles in the spaces between conversations. The ferryman crosses himself when he rows at night. The magistrate drinks more than usual, and the friar keeps a candle burning long after prayers are done. Even the boy senses it. He spends more time at the window, waiting for the notes that have become the village's heartbeat. Then, on a morning as gray as smoke, a messenger rides hard from the south. He carries an oilcloth-wrapped packet for the magistrate, who opens it with irritation. Inside are pages sealed in red wax, an official notice from Bogota. It is 1654, and the city is young but certain of its authority. The Royal Audiencia has heard of disturbances along the Magdalena, missing goods, frightened livestock, whispers of a sorcerer. The orders are clear. Investigate. Restore order. Send reports. The magistrate straightens at the weight of those words. His face hardens into lines of duty, but inside, a tremor. How do you bring to account something the villagers half worship and half fear? He sends for the friar. They sit in the notary's shade, paper crackling, and speak of next steps. "We must have proof," the magistrate says. "Proof of what?" the friar asks gently. "Of a man? A spirit? Or a habit that will not die?" Of something I can write, the magistrate replies. Something Bogota will understand, and so they begin to gather every thread they can. The case in Honda, 1654. The town of Honda sits like a hinge between the lowlands and the mountains. Founded in 1539, it became a key port where goods from the river are dragged up the high road to Bogota. Merchants know its heat, soldiers know its bridges, and priests know its shadows. Here, a case will stir that folds the Mohan story into official ink. It begins with a drowned man. His name, the records say, was Pedro de la Torre, a trader of dyes and hides. He was found at dawn, face down near a ferry crossing. His pack was missing, but the boat was intact. Two strange things were noted. The rope that tied the ferry to the post was neatly braided at the end, and a clay pipe floated nearby, unbroken. The notary writes it all down. Witnesses are called. A ferryman, 2 women washing clothes, a soldier on leave. They speak of music heard the night before. One swears she saw a light across the water, a small glow moving. Another says a man with hair long as reeds walked the bank smoking. The ferryman says little, only that the river was restless, and no one should have crossed. The magistrate seizes the pipe. It smells of tobacco and resin, faint but distinct. He pockets it as evidence, though he scorns the word. The friar, meanwhile, studies the braid. 9 turns, thorn pinned outward. His notes are calm, but his thoughts are not. Around the town, rumors swell. Some whisper of thieves, some of spirits. Miners passing through say the Mohan has been angered by new digging upriver. Women cross themselves when they fetch water. Children sneak to the banks to look for footprints. And one evening, under the bruised light of sunset, a fisherman swears he heard laughter on the wind. The magistrate doubles his patrols. Soldiers tramp along the mud, muskets slung, faces set. They find prints again, wide, deep, always barefoot. They find more braids. They find nothing else. The friar watches them and keeps his counsel. He has seen this before, how a community's fears and hopes can weave into one figure, how sometimes that figure is flesh, sometimes only memory. He wonders if the Mohan is one man or many hands repeating an old dance. But the night after Pedro de la Torre is buried, the river answers. It begins with the flute, soft and steady. Then the ferry rope is found cut. A soldier's horse is discovered trembling, mane braided tight. And in the morning, a second pipe is found. This one burned black, as if emptied in haste. The magistrate calls it defiance. The friar calls it a sign. The villagers call it nothing. They do not need to. They sweep their thresholds and tie fresh rue, as they have always done. One question grows louder than the music. Is the Mohan punishing, protecting, or only reminding them whose road this river truly is? The friar writes late into the night. In the margin of his neat script, he allows one stray thought. Perhaps the Mohan is not seen because he does not wish to be. Or perhaps he is seen every day, in the hands that still remember how to knot hair and light a pipe. By the week after the drowning at Honda, the village is a workshop of protections. The river widens and narrows as if breathing, and every shallow, every ferry post, every porch begins to show new stitches in the fabric the people lay between themselves and what waits in the reeds. The boy wakes to a morning that smells of damp clay and wood smoke, and sees his grandmother at the table with a little pile of thorns, a spool of red thread, a loop of horsehair saved from last shearing, and a catfish bone polished almost white. "Come," she says, tapping the bench. "If you live by a river, you should know how to talk back when it talks first." She teaches him a línea de oración, a prayer line. It is not a rope, it is a sentence. The materials are simple because simplicity is what you have after flood. She knots 9 loops in the horsehair. He counts. She nods. Threads the catfish bone so it lies crosswise like a tiny bar against whatever passes, and spaces thorns along the length as if placing little teeth in a smiling mouth. The red thread, red for life and warning, binds each element into the next. A patropaic, an object or act meant to turn harm away. When the line is done, she will stretch it at ankle height between 2 posts where water meets land, so that anything careless snags, and anything intentional must choose to step over it. Face the thorns to the water, she reminds him, the same grammar they've used for braids. And when you tie the last knot, blow once. She does, a breath soft as moth wings. He feels silly mimicking the gesture until she says, "Breath is how we tell the river we're alive. Alive things get to bargain. All along the shore, others work the same quiet craft. A fisherman twists palm fiber into cords and ties them to stakes angled toward the current. The cords look like river grass at first glance, and only later, in moonlight, like the net of words they are meant to be." A midwife chalks a cross on 3 doors with soot. Soot, a fine black from lamps used here as a marker, and pins Palma Bendita, last Palm Sunday's blessed fronds, above lintels so crisp they still keep their fold. A girl in a blue skirt slides a copper coin into a crack in the ferry post, because copper holds the chill of morning long after noon and soothes fever. So why shouldn't it cool a hot spirit? The friar does not forbid it. He walks the bank with sleeves rolled, nodding to each small rite as if taking attendance. He has his own plans. The Council of Trent has been over for nearly a century now. It ended in 1563. But its tidy mind still shows in his books and processions, the way it taught priests to answer superstition with schedule, to meet mystery with liturgy. He announces that on the eve of San Juan, June 24th, the parish will bless boats and nets and mark a plain rope with little cloth crosses to be strung along the landing at night. No one laughs. People have long kept San Juan by water. He is not replacing anything, only naming it aloud so the magistrate will have something Latin to read when he demands an explanation. At the same time, the magistrate studies the shore with a wary judge's eye. Prayer lines irritate him because they look like tripwires, even when the friar says they are psalms. He drafts an order limiting cords, traps, and bindings along the public landing between dusk and dawn. He does not say the word Mohan. He says publico decoro, public decorum, and transito de mercancías, flow of goods, because the crown needs phrases that come with fines attached. He means, take your old river grammar and speak it somewhere private. People nod, and then they do exactly what they have always done. They move some things where soldiers won't stub their toes, and leave other things where they must be to work. A prayer line in a kitchen is a charm. A prayer line at the water is a sentence the river can hear. On the notary's table, the ledger thickens with a new category: preventatives. He lists amulets pinned to clothes, thorns wired to paddles, prayer lines strung low between willows, and braids laid on stones with a sprig of rue tucked under. He copies a sketch of a cord with 9 knots, cordel de nueve, and notes he has found 3 along the same bend in as many days, each knot the same size, spaced by 2 finger widths, all thorns turned toward the current. He cannot help admiring the discipline. "Who teaches this?" the magistrate asks, reading over his shoulder. Grandmothers, the notary says, and for once the magistrate has no ordinance ready. Amulets multiply like seeds. Some are saintly, stamped tin images of San Juan and San Antonio, coarse scapular, two small cloth panels joined by bands, worn under clothes, with frayed threads that smell of sweat and river. Others borrow older shapes, fish bones carved into little arrows, milagro, tiny votive charm offered for a favor, nailed to canoe prows. Bits of hammered gold cut not to boast, but to signal belonging in the way a bird signals territory with song. One serious woman ties a tiny sealed gourd under her boat seat, matechito, that rattles softly when the river slaps its hull. She won't say what's inside, and the soldiers, having learned the hard way that some secrets snap back, do not pry. There are lines you walk and lines you do not cross. One appears at dusk, a low run of agave thorns strung with red thread from stump to stump where the ferry eases in. Children learn fast. Step high at the landing, or you'll snag your ankle. The ferryman plants a rough stake by the path with a rag tied to it as a warning. This is a thing you trip over only once. Further downstream, where the mud shelf drops sudden into dark, a father and son drive a line of reeds into the bank, each stalk split and curled like tiny fish hooks. When the wind moves them, they chatter lightly, and the sound, which would be laughter in another place, is here a warning, the way a shaken rattle is a warning in a dancer's hand. Across all of this, the friar threads the church's own bands. He blesses prayer lines the magistrate cannot forbid because they are under the roof. A cord tied behind doors, a rosary looped thrice over a basin so that any girl fetching water must put her hand through prayer to reach the bucket. He sprinkles holy water, agua bendita, water blessed for ritual use, over nets and stakes. He pins little crosses of palm to the tips of 2 or 3 thorns in a line so that any soldier who cuts the cord will think twice. He knows the Inquisition's tribunal in Cartagena has been seated since 1610, and that zeal can gallop upriver faster than common sense. The best way to keep zeal from kicking is to give it a bridle to chew. The Dia de las Animas, All Souls, enters the calendar as something more than Mass. On the evenings around November 2nd, families float small candles in totemo halves, dried gourd shell used as bowl, a necklace of moving stars along the slack water near the landing to remind the lost they are remembered, and to remind the living that water carries names. The magistrate harumphs that wax lit near the river invites accident. The friar counters that memory invites order. The villagers do not attend the argument. They attend the candles, and the candles steady them. Households adopt lockdown rites the way a city adopts a curfew without needing a bell. At dusk, women sweep entries outward with brooms dressed in thorn. Any dust is persuading, not scolding. Out you go. Men hang a chipped iron nail over doors, not because iron has been declared stronger than hair, but because rust smells like earth, and old stories say things that live in water do not love that scent. Children count by 3s when they blow lamps. 3 breaths to the flame, 3 to the ember, 3 to the ghost of heat on a palm, because somewhere in them they believe that 3s bundle luck. And always there is rue. Ruda, rue, bitter herb against mal de ojo, the evil eye, sprouts at every threshold like a border of small, hard stars. A cutting tucked in a hatband, a sprig crushed and pressed along the edge of a paddle, as if to make a bitter boundary between palm and river. A leaf laid on a braid left at the stones, the green against the black like the sign for life under the sign for warning. The boy learns to tie knots the way other boys learn to throw stones. He can work the 9-loop cord with his eyes closed now. His fingers know the way. He apprentices himself to gesture. One afternoon, he and his grandmother set a prayer line along a new cut where last week's rain took a bite out of the bank. He ties while she sings under her breath, the kind of tune that doesn't mind an off note. When they finish, she shows him how to dust a pinch of ash over the top where the thread passes the thorn. Ash sticks to what remembers fire, she says. That's why some things keep their shape. Even the dogs are recruited as allies. A black mutt with a white star on his chest, Menudo, named for his appetite more than any musical habit, gets a collar braided of river grass on nights when the flute plays. The boy ties it and pats the dog's ribby side. If you hear him, the grandmother tells the dog as if he were a person, you sit. And Menudo, flattered to be given a job, tries earnestly to turn his alertness into a rule. Small aside for weary ears, even mosquitoes respect neither saint nor sorcerer. Menudo slaps them with his tail as if conducting his own mass. The ferryman makes a show of hating the new lines because they snag oars. In truth, he sleeps easier with a cord under his window and a braid on his gatepost. He adds a small bell to the ferry rope, the kind that goats wear, not so heavy that it clangs, only enough to answer footfalls with a tin murmur. He says it is for passengers in fog, but at night it talks to whoever else is listening. There is learning in the village, and not all of it visible. A woman who once scoffed at hair charmed against mischief now tucks a little braid under her pillow because she has been dreaming of reeds, and nobody wants to wake with cold water on her feet. The soldier who would not be caught dead with a charm under his shirt pins a fishbone to the inside of his hatband for balance, because balance sounds like a soldierly virtue, even when it means exactly what a grandmother means by favor. A trader who sneered at prayer lines finds himself stepping over one with more respect than he steps over his own shadow. The magistrate tests the limits of tolerance. He orders 3 shorelines cut and seized as evidence of obstruction. The soldiers obey, though they look over their shoulders while they hack, and one quietly reties what he cut as soon as the magistrate turns away. In the evening, when a canoe founders on a snag that line would have warned off, men say nothing in public, and everything by the way they fix the line back at dusk. The same thorns, the same spacing, the same red thread rethreaded with the care you give a wound you intend to heal. For his part, the friar hosts a long Saturday in which he pretends to instruct and actually listens. He gathers the midwives, ferrymen, 2 elders, and the boy's grandmother under the ceiba in the square, and asks them to demonstrate customs for order and safety. He does not put anything about Mohan into the invitation. They show him how they string a línea de oración, how they choose thorns, shorter for doorways, longer for river, how they align knots to a bend like sailors align to the wind, how they touch a prayer rope to the water and look for whether it floats straight or pulls left, a sign of undertow. He blesses the work when they're done, Latin rolling in his throat like the river rolls under wind. The villagers pretend they are indulging him. He pretends he is instructing them. Everyone goes home believing they got what they came for. Protection is not only cord and thorn. Words themselves are cords. There are phrases you say aloud because saying them reminds your own bones what shape to keep. No se juega at the river after sunset. No playing. No se silba by water. No whistling. No se llama por nombre. If you think a person stands in the reeds and calls you, a name is a leash and the wrong hand may yank. Some nights, grandmothers switch to ustedes, the formal you used for strangers and God. When speaking toward the bank, you may pass. You will not be answered. You shall leave our gates. Shadows develop schedules. On new moons, no one walks alone. On waxing moons, nets go out late. On full moons, a little plate of panela, unrefined cane sugar, sits on a stone for whoever plays the flute. Because sweetness gentles fights, and even the stubborn take the hint sometimes. Water has its own thin veil nights. San Juan, All Souls, the first storms of the season when lightning scratches its bright initials on the Ceiba, and everyone remembers how close the sky sits to the water when thunder crouches low. Animals patrol. Otters pop slick heads near the landing and bark. If they hiss instead, men tie their boats tighter. A night heron, hunched like a monk in a coat, stalks along the shallows. If it stabs twice and flies without catching, a fisherman waits a day before setting his net in that place. An oripendula's waterfall song spills from a cotton tree. If it falters mid-song, mothers call children in. None of this is law. All of it is instruction. The boy asks the question that makes all other rules make sense. Do these lines keep him out? His grandmother ties a last knot on a cord stretched under the window and answers without drama. They keep us in, she says, which is what safety is. He wants to be braver than cords and says as much. He is 12 and believes courage is a thing you show by stepping past a rule. She taps the thorns with her knuckles and reminds him that rules, when tied by the right hands, are not fences, but bridges. If you walk with your eyes open, she says, even your own breath can be a rope. He does not understand the line now. He will when he is older and finds himself counting 3 slow breaths before stepping into a canoe on a night when reeds click like teeth. As the San Juan feast approaches, the friar choreographs a procession that borrows from everything it needs to work. Children carry reeds as if they were candles. Men shoulder oars the way others shoulder saints. Women sing a hymn stitched from a melody older than the cross, its rhythm matched to paddles. The friar sprinkles holy water drawn from the river itself, a sacrament looped back to its source. He sets a cross at the landing, but he lets someone hang a braid from the bottom of it and does not scold. He swallows his own small smile when he sees a thorn pricked through that braid, outward. A soldier watches with folded arms and mutters to a friend that the whole thing is theater. The friend nods and adds that all law is theater too, only with more paper. The soldier snorts and then looks, despite himself, to see whether the reeds move with any pattern when the hymn hits its low refrain. He does not believe. He also does not whistle. The magistrate, sensing his influence thinning, writes his boldest order yet. By the watch's 2nd hour after sunset, all lines along public shore are to be taken down for the free course of enterprise, and all amulets within sight of the landing are to be removed to avoid the offense of scandal. He signs with a flourish meant for Bogotá's eyes and makes plans to walk the bank with a lantern and 3 men to enforce his will. He chooses the wrong night to pick a fight with cords. Heat has been stacked for days like plates. When evening arrives, storm lifts all its lids. Wind comes first, prowling low, then rain with the hard drumming that makes roofs think of caving. The river rasps, reeds lie flat as if stroked by a giant hand. Somewhere a prayer line snaps with a sound like a small bone. Bells clink on the ferry rope, though no goat would walk in this weather. The magistrate stands on the porch with his lantern and decides, against his own orders, that he will wait until morning to make his inspection. In the dark beyond his light, something laughs, not cruel, only amused, and he pretends it is thunder. While the storm hunts, the village holds. Women push braziers back from doors and hang wet amulets to dry by the eaves so the rain won't wash their promise away. Men check stakes. Children count. 1 and 2 and 3, because the numbers carry them across noise. The friar sits with his books closed and listens for the 3 slow notes that have become the signature of nights like this. When they come, soft, perfectly measured, almost tender, he bows his head to the wood of the table as if to a reliquary. He does not say the name aloud. A name is a leash. He has learned from his people when not to pull. At the peak of the rain, the boy and his grandmother find water seeping under the threshold. She does not panic. She takes a candle stub and rubs wax along the bottom of the door like grease along a seam. She slides a copper coin into the corner where the water is most eager and ties a loose loop of thread around the latch. "We are closed," she tells the river in the polite voice reserved for strangers and God. The water hesitates the way a guest hesitates at a threshold swept that clean, then recedes half a finger's length as if embarrassed. Dawn lifts with the sheepish light storms always leave when they have shown too much of their strength. The river is higher, littered with new brown branches, but the shore holds. The prayer lines hang slack and shining as if licked. The magistrate takes to his inspection with a jaw that will not unclench. He examines 3 cords, finds thorns, finds fishbone, finds red thread, finds palm crosses where some wit has hidden them, and orders them cut. 2 men slice without comment. 1 lingers, reading the knots like letters he almost knows. The friar watches from the step of the chapel and waits for the small arithmetic that always follows subtraction. Before noon, 2 nets tangle where the removed lines would have warned of a snag. A goat strays to the edge where a low string once turned animals aside and has to be pulled by 3 boys from a slick that could have swallowed it. A child comes home with a shallow cut on the ankle where a thorn would have bit the intruder first. No one says, "This is the magistrate's fault." People are too practical for the luxury of neat blame. They simply retie what must be retied when night falls, lower than before so lantern light won't find it. Thorns tipped just so toward the water, as if spelling a simple sentence even an empire can understand. A question curls under the eaves with the steam of drying clothes. If you lived at this shore, would you hang the amulet and string the cord? Or would you pull them down to prove you fear nothing? What would you have done? Toward evening, the boy and his grandmother carry a new prayer line to the cut bank. He ties. She hums. The last knot clicks into place. She blows once. Across the channel, a single note answers, low and even, neither threat nor praise. It is acknowledgement, the way a court bows when both sides have stated their case. The river hears. The river is heard. The magistrate, arms full of confiscated cords, pauses at the kiba and stares at the pile as if it should mean victory. It looks like the entrails of a story. He orders a soldier to burn them behind the stockade. The soldier sets a flame, and the red thread shrinks and blackens. Thorns pop like tiny joints. Fish bones whiten. The smell of scorched hair and rue rises together. Not pleasant, not awful. Exactly the scent you get when memory and rule are forced through the same small gate. When night comes, the landing shows the work of 2 grammars, layered so tightly they appear one. A rope with cloth, crosses draped by the friar, a thin line low at ankle height set by hands that prefer not to be named, amulets pinned where they can still see the water, but won't tempt fines. A small bell hung where a step will touch it in fog. A braid on the stone, black, tight, thorn outward, with a leaf of rue tucked beneath. Somewhere upriver, the flute plays 3 notes with the patience of a master, repeating a lesson because a student has learned enough to stay. It stops. The frogs take over the rhythm. The notary closes his ledger on a page that reads more like a litany than a report. The friar trims his lamp wick and thanks God for economies that overlap. The boy sleeps with 9 loops of cord under his pillow and dreams, not of drowning, not of capture, but of walking a bank strung with lines that hum faintly when you pass, the way a harp hums when your body shares its air. What holds tonight is not certainty. Certainty would be an insult to a river. What holds is practice. What holds is a little set of thorns turned toward the water, and a breath on a final knot, and a decision repeated by so many hands that it begins to feel like law. At the edge of the reeds, hair catches a flick of moon, and a pipe ember glows, dull and satisfied. Someone, man, spirit, memory, leans back as if relieved to find the grammar respected and lets the night go on without testing it further. In the morning, the magistrate drafts the edict he will post at noon, the one that will make Section 14 inevitable. Cords, charms, and unauthorized ceremonies along the public bank are prohibited. Violations will be punished. He sands the ink and sets the sheet aside to dry. Outside, a goat bell clinks on the ferry rope. Inside, the pile of confiscated lines looks smaller than it felt in his arms, like a threat mistaken for a trophy. The river runs, pretending it has time for nothing but gravity. A low, almost friendly note curls out of the reeds and fades before it reaches the porch. By the morning after the edict, the mood along the Magdalena has hardened. The magistrate's order, posted in the square and read aloud by the notary, is brief but sharp. No lines, no cords, no braids, no charms. Violators will be fined, their goods seized. Soldiers stand a little straighter, and some wear faces like men who expect to be tested. The villagers listen without comment. Faces remain calm, but their hands speak elsewhere. One woman knots her shawl 3 times before leaving. A fisherman strokes the spine of his paddle like a prayer. The boy watches from the steps, catching every twitch in the crowd. He has learned enough to know when people disagree but choose silence. The friar is not pleased. He warns the magistrate that fear makes for restless minds. People hold to symbols when their voices are taken, he says quietly. Cut the cords, and you may find them woven tighter tomorrow. The magistrate answers with talk of order, of trade, of the crown's needs. He is not cruel, but he is a man sent to deliver results, and his orders carry weight. So, the soldiers patrol. They cut braids from fence posts, sweep prayer lines from the landings, pluck sprigs of rue from lintels if they find them too near the bank. They do it briskly, without malice, as if cleaning a floor. But the act feels like intrusion. It does not matter if a thorn was just a thorn. To cut it is to step on someone's breath. The river does not sleep, and neither does the story. That night, music rises again, soft at first, then fuller. The ferryman says it came from 2 places at once. A soldier says he heard it behind him. A child swears she saw a glow on the water, and when dawn comes, charms have returned. A braid pinned to the magistrate's porch post, a knot at the ferry. a pipe stem left where the patrol tied up their boat. The friar keeps writing. He knows something now. Conflict is feeding the legend. Each cut line is a challenge. Each new braid is an answer. The people are not only protecting, they are remembering, louder, and so the magistrate escalates. He sends word to Bogota of persistent sedition disguised as superstition. He requests more men, more lanterns, and the right to seize property if needed. He speaks of trade threatened, of public safety, of the need to make an example. His language is careful, but his meaning is simple. There will be no rival voices on this river. Yet even as his words climb upriver, the Mohan signs multiply. 3 braids in a stable, a horse's mane woven tight, a clay pipe left in the churchyard, unlit but warm when found. Each sign quiet, deliberate. The boy sees them as promises. His grandmother sees them as warnings. The friar sees them as dialogue. And the magistrate, though he does not admit it, begins to see them as a game played by a mind he cannot name. One evening, the friar speaks to the magistrate under the ceiba. "You cannot turn this into a war," he says. "What you cut away will grow again. They are not fighting you. They are holding something together. And if what they hold is dangerous," the magistrate asks, "then they will hold it tighter," the friar answers. "And the river will help them." In the dark beyond, a single flute note rises, clear, even amused. The tension sharpens like a knife edge. By now the magistrate's men are tired, their lanterns burned low from so many fruitless nights. The river seems to sense it. The reeds sway without wind. Frogs go silent when boots approach. The villagers have grown quieter in daylight, but their work goes on in shadow. Where cords were cut, new ones appear by morning. Where charms were burned, others rise, smaller, harder to see. It is no longer obedience or rebellion. It is habit, almost instinct. Then, in the first week of July 1654, the confrontation comes. The day is hot and thick with insects. A report arrives. A young girl has vanished near the ferry. Her mother says she was fetching water. Her brother says he heard music. The magistrate's jaw tightens. His men find small footprints in the mud, then nothing. They search the reeds, the banks, the shallows. Hours pass, and just as the sun begins to fall, the girl returns, wet to the knees, hair braided with tiny thorns. She says little, only that a man with long black hair warned her not to cross after dusk. The magistrate calls it a trick. The villagers call it a kindness. The friar writes it down as a line too strange to ignore. The first real clash, the magistrate orders a night patrol with double strength. 10 men, 2 boats, muskets ready. They will sweep the bend where music is most often heard. The friar stands on the landing as they leave, his face pale. The boy hides in the reeds, heart racing. His grandmother sits silent at the doorway, hands folded, a sprig of rue behind her ear. The night is moonless. The boats move slow, oars barely touching water. The men speak little. Then, a sound. 3 notes, low and clear, rising from the left bank. The lead boat turns. Another sound, now from behind. The river seems to answer itself. Then a shape, crouched on a rock, hair falling like rope, a pipe ember glowing like a coal. A shot cracks. Smoke jumps from the musket. The echo runs along the river like a startled animal. When it clears, the shape is gone. But the boat rocks violently, as if something heavy has passed beneath. One soldier swears he felt a hand brush the hull. Another claims the water lifted, tipping the bow. Fear slices through discipline. The second boat veers off, nearly striking the bank. By the time they regroup, there is nothing, only reeds, water, and a clay pipe floating lazily toward shore. The magistrate is furious. He calls it sabotage, a bandit, a prankster. But the soldiers, hardened men, are shaken. Some will not speak of what they saw. Others drink too much and talk of laughing in the dark. The ferryman says nothing but adds a new knot to his pole the next morning. The friar is troubled in another way. He does not think this was random. The music, the movement, the appearance on the rock, these were deliberate. The Mohan, whether man or memory, is watching them as closely as they watch him. And now he knows they will use force. The boy dreams that night of reeds bending, of hair slick with water, of a voice that says nothing but points to the shore. He wakes to find a braid tied at his window, thorn outward. His grandmother removes it gently and places it in a clay bowl. Not a threat, she says. A reminder. The notary adds the incident to his ledger, though his words are careful. He writes, "Patrol encountered disturbance. Lights seen. Music heard. 1 musket fired. No capture. In the margin, smaller. A pipe recovered, stem burned black. And so the record grows. The crown expects answers, but the river keeps its own counsel. The magistrate grows more determined. The friar grows more cautious. And the people, though silent, listen for music. Because now everyone knows the Mohan will not be ignored. Morning returns with the iron smell that follows a hard night on the river. The patrol's shot still hangs in memory, the way smoke hangs in rafters. Men speak softly and look without admitting it, for a print, a braid, a shine of gold that would tell them the story has settled for a while. It has not. The landing is busy. Ferry rope drying, nets spread like damp wings. And on the ferryman's plank again, a small museum of worry. A clay pipe the patrol skimmed from the eddy, a copper coin gone the color of rain, and a tooth strung on cotton, curved and yellow as a crescent moon. The magistrate expects contraband. The friar recognizes curriculum. The boy sees tools. He does not touch them until his grandmother nods. Then he lifts the pipe and breathes in. Tobacco, yes, the warm, bitter ghost of a leaf that carries fire as easily as a story carries a tune. But something sweeter too. Sap or resin melted into the bowl and left as a thin varnish. The friar rolls the word in his mind. Mapacho, strong native tobacco, Nicotiana rustica, darker, thicker smoke than the Spanish habit, though he hedges his own certainty with a line in his journal. Likely that leaf or its kin. He knows names move in rivers. What matters more than botany is the work. Smoke laid low upon water to read its grain. Smoke breathed toward reeds to ask for stillness. Smoke blown over a knot so that memory clings. If smoke is the sentence the mouth knows, copper is the punctuation the hand trusts. The coin on the plank is thin, its edges dented, a faint head still visible under a green that is not paint, but time. Cardinillo, the blue-green blush copper wears when it remembers air and water too long. The ferryman taps it with a fingernail. Cold. Copper keeps cold the way a fever keeps heat. In this valley, people press copper to a child's forehead when cheeks flare, para jalar el fuego, to draw the fire. They hang a thin square from a cord over a doorway to settle tempers after quarrel. They lay a coin in a bowl at the threshold when flood comes, because copper's chill speaks to water as plainly as smoke speaks to air. The tooth is heavier than it looks. It is jaguar, colmillo, fang, and it carries a different grammar. A jaguar's mouth is a priesthood of muscle. The tooth is a relic. Not every house has one. They travel as gifts, as inheritances, as payments when money will not do. Men remember when jaguars were common on this stretch of the Magdalena, coming low along the bank at dusk, their bodies the color of the river's shadow. Hunters brag less now. They ship skins downriver to Cartagena when they can. But most villages see more teeth than hides. The tooth in the boy's palm is drilled through at the root. A cotton string blackened by fingers ties it. The notary notes the drill hole with the same care he used for braids. A hole is intention, and intention leaves better evidence than myth. These three, smoke, copper, tooth, are the Mohan's alphabet, and the friar, who respects alphabets even when they contradict his own, sets about reading. He has watched long enough to understand that ritual in this place does not mean excess. Its power is economy. A bowl, a leaf, a knot, a coin, a flame, a breath. He has seen a ferryman hold a lit pipe just above the river's skin, another man would call it surface, and trace 3 slow circles clockwise. Clockwise, sun's course in the northern sky, here it also means go with the river. He has watched smoke settle like silk, then split down the middle as if a seam opened to show the current's hidden spine. The ferryman nodded, turned his oar left, and kept his cargo dry. You could have felt that with a pole, the magistrate muttered once. Then feel, the ferryman said, not unkindly, and went on smoking. The friar has also seen copper used the way a violinist uses rosin, not as performance, but to make performance speak. Women dampen a cloth, lay a coin inside, and press it to a thudding temple. The pressure is ordinary, the metal's clammy chill is not. On nights when the river heaves in the dark and the flute drifts like a low bird, the grandmother lays a coin in a wooden bowl at the sill and pours water over it, slow, so no splash breaks its mirror. Cool your mouth, she tells the river. She does not expect a reply. The river's answers are never words. They are angles, pieces, survivals. As for the tooth, it does not command, it remembers. To wear it is to borrow a predator's patience. A tooth keeps no calendar. It asks no permission. It simply holds the place where power snapped shut. Women wear small teeth on bracelets while they work, not to dare the Mohan, but to steady themselves in the afternoons when the light is too thick and the river looks like metal, not drink. Men tie a tooth to the middle of a prayer line, down where no soldier sees, so that anything that thinks to tug must meet its curve first. Midwives touch a tooth lightly to the forehead of a baby that will not turn its gaze inward to sleep. Remember the cat in the dark, they whisper. Close your eye. The magistrate would seize all of it if he could. He knows copper as coin, not as speech. He knows teeth as trophies, not as remedies. He knows tobacco as habit, not as instrument. He announces that charmed metals found within 20 paces of the landing will be confiscated, that dientes de fiera, beast teeth, kept to disturb the public will be taken, that pipes discovered outside proper leisure shall be destroyed. He speaks as a man trying to nail mist to a wall. Even his own clerk blots a smile. The ferryman moves his bowl 2 houses inland. The grandmother ties her tooth inside a corn husk doll, where no one but a curious child would look. Men make pipes of darker clay and keep them behind gourds. The friar says nothing in the square, but at the baptistry, he baptizes a fistful of coins, doesn't say so aloud, simply dips them when the bowl is full, and makes the sign in a way that wet copper will remember, and hands them back to hands that tremble less after they close over the chill. To explain why these materials carry weight is to walk two trails at once, the practical and the poetic. Tobacco smoke makes mosquitoes hesitate, and mosquitoes carry fevers that loosen tongues and tangle nights into delirium. Malaria will not have that name here for a long time, but its teeth are familiar. So when a pipe is lit and the circle traced, there is small science in the air as well as prayer. Copper thrown into a bowl will leach a taste into water if left long enough. Men who work with it smell that sour and call it caution. A penny pressed to a lip will bring cool, and cool quiets panic. Jaguar teeth have no chemistry to push through skin, but story is a chemistry too, and the memory of a greater hunter through generations alters a wrist's courage when it lifts a net. None of this needs a book. All of it is a book. The friar writes those lines and stops himself before Latin takes the pen. He prefers to watch. This week, he asks 3 people to show him their sequences, because sequence is the secret in ritual technology, the order that gives courtesy to the force addressed. Ritual technology, practical sequence treated as necessity, believed to affect outcome. The ferryman's is this: pipe lit with palm fiber, 3 turns over water, blow once across ember, speak 3 words to the current, not names: permiso, gracias, paso, permission, thanks, passage. He will not say them aloud near the magistrate. The midwife's is this: tooth to tiny brow, copper at sill, braid on peg, thorn outward. Then the lullaby, sung not to the child, but to the air that holds everything else. The boy's grandmother's is this: hair into 9, ash dusted over last knot, coin in bowl, breath to knot. And only then the door latched with the thread looped once around the latch and once around the hinge, so that if it slips, the sound will wake her. There is a 4th sequence the friar does not record in his journal because he does not see it. He hears of it in the market under breath. The miners upriver have their own ways. Different river, same grammar. Gold likes to lie. It finds ways to slide away from scales at the last moment, especially when it has been taken in a hurry from a place that used to be someone else's mouth. To keep it honest, a man will burn tobacco, not to smoke, but to bathe the coin in bitter air. Then pass the cooled ember over the pan where flakes have been collected and introduce a sliver of copper. Tumbaga once did this work for the Muisca in the highlands, a gold-copper alloy cast into little tunjos, human and animal forms sent into lakes as balance offerings, and call the metal back to the scale with a sentence copied from a grandfather's hand. He does not mention the Mohan. He does not need to. He mentions weight. Weight is the word kings understand. The magistrate sneers when he hears of such things, and loosens the purse on 2 informants as if a copper coin in a palm will teach them to mock their own doors. The friar is not righteous enough to condemn. He is busy. He is tired. He is pragmatic in a province that grinds the pious thin. He chooses his hill. San Juan. If the river is to be blessed, it will be with the oldest hands in the village carrying reeds and the newest infants carried in shawls. And there will be a bowl with a copper coin at the front, and no one will be fined for touching it. On the afternoon before that feast, a quiet negotiation happens at a household that has not slept well in weeks. The boy's cousin is to be promised at a harvest dance. Promised, not married. A promise that villagers keep like law. And the family wants the river's courtesy, not its eye. The grandmother goes to the chest and takes out her best line. Not red thread this time, but kabuya, agave fiber twisted glossy, thorns spaced 5 fingers apart, one tooth tied at the center like a medallion, one copper square sewn to the end like a seal. She calls the girl to the lintel and holds the line at her ankles while the girl steps over, first right, then left, the way you step into a canoe you have known since you were 6. On the second pass, the grandmother blows across the center knot. Copper catches light. Tooth clicks softly against wood. "Who are we asking?" the girl whispers, unsure whether to look at the sky or the river. "Not asking," the grandmother says, "telling that you are ours tonight, not anybody's music." The friar hears of such things and chooses not to write them in a book that can be carried to Cartagena. That city has kept the Holy Office since 1610. Its officials have a taste for lists. Better to keep some sequences stitched inside tongues and fingers. He satisfies his superiors with a clean letter instead, dated clearly, July of 1654, on the Magdalena near Honda, and full of restraint. Boats blessed, nets likewise, procession conducted without incident, people encouraged to lay aside unwarranted fears. He does not add that the copper coin in the bowl went missing and returned twice during the hymn, as if the river wanted to feel its chill in another palm and then give it back the way a child tests a bell and then hangs it where it belongs. What of wood, bone, tooth beyond jaguar? All carry their minor roles. Men carve little fish from the white bone of barbudo catfish and sew them to hats. A charmed fish reminds an empty river that a bargain was made. Women keep a sliver of guayacan, lignum vitae, heavy wood that sinks by the window. Its weight in the hand steadies a thought that might otherwise drift into the reeds. A copper nail, Spanish trade, square shaft, ugly as truth, sits over a stable door, not because anyone believes iron or copper is a cross, but because a nail is a promise that wood will not split in the night. These are the Mohan's materials too, even when his hair is not in the doorway. One creature does not own a grammar. A grammar owns a village. The magistrate tries, one more time, to force grammar to kneel. He sets a table under a canvas fly and orders people to bring in pipes for registration. He says each will be returned with a mark to show it is harmless. No one laughs outright. A few men lay down pipes that are cracked or old, the way a deer offers a shed horn at the edge of a field to distract a hunter from the herd. The magistrate marks them with a knife, a tiny X on the bowl, looking satisfied. The friar glances at the ferryman's mouth and sees a new stem tucked there, a stem whittled from river cane, the bowl hidden in a sleeve. You cannot register breath. In the evening, an argument breaks in the tavern shed, where men drink thick cane liquor sweet as trouble. A soldier jeers that only cowards hide behind teeth. A miner with a tooth at his throat stares until the soldier looks away and pretends he was talking to the wall. The ferryman, who has no taste for fists, taps his copper coin on the rim of his gourd cup. The sound rings thin and true, a reminder that listeners differ, and violence is a bad listener, even on a good night. By midday next, a case, small but sticky, slides into the notary's ledger. A mule with braided tail refuses the ford. Its driver tries to drag it. The animal plants. 3 men push. It plants. The ferryman flicks ash from his pipe and looks at the coin hung discreetly on the animal's collar, green with months. He touches it. "Heat," he says. "Cool him." They lead the mule away. The grandmother presses the coin with a damp cloth to the beast's pulse. The mule sighs, as if embarrassed by a fit in public. It crosses. The magistrate, passing at a distance, notes aloud that animals are stubborn. He is not wrong. He is not complete. Fact is often like that, square where life is round. Practicality wraps all this with a neat bow you could tie in the dark. Smoke shows current. Copper cools tempers and foreheads. A tooth steadies a hand. The Mohan's legend wraps it with a brighter ribbon. Smoke matches him, who loves leaf and ember. Copper matches him, jealous of glint and appraised by it. Tooth matches him in appetite and patience. Does the riverman hold these items, or do the items hold him? The friar likes the second question better. The magistrate likes no question he cannot answer with a seal. The boy likes the feel of the tooth in his fist, until the grandmother whispers that power held too tight turns to splinters. He opens his fingers. The tooth smiles, a moment in the shaded hours. The friar walks with the boy to the ceba's root shelf, where old offering scraps sleep like shells. The priest carries a small cotton pouch. He tips it. 3 copper seeds tumble to the dirt. A coin, a bent nail, a washer hammered from a kettle by someone who knew how to make scrap persuasive. He lays the jaguar tooth beside them, then covers all with his hand. I am not giving these to the river, he says. I am borrowing the river's patience for us. There's a difference. He lifts his palm. The coin flashes. The tooth does not move. The boy stares. What would you have done if you were him? The priest asks without pointing to any him. Keep the coin? Take the tooth? Walk away? The boy cannot say. Choice in this place is not a line. It is a braid. News from beyond the bend lends a date to the day. A trader passing through says a royal courier in Santa Fe, Bogota, speaks often now of Philip IV's stiff needs. Spain burns in Europe and leans hard on American purses. More metal must move. Fewer delays shall be tolerated. He says this as if it were weather. In fact, it is weather, the kind that floods slowly and then all at once. The magistrate hears and tightens his belt. More patrols, fewer braids. The friar hears and loosens his jaw. More blessings, fewer sermons cut from stiff cloth. The villagers hear and check their copper, and knot their lines where lanterns cannot see. At dusk, the grandmother stands a bowl in the doorway, with the coin cooling inside. She threads a new braid and slides the jaguar tooth under the last tuck like a signature. She sets the braid on the stone and turns the thorn outward, because grammar is not negotiable even when law is. The boy lights a twist of palm fiber and offers the pipe to his grandmother. She does not smoke often, but she knows when smoke is better than words. She draws once, slow, lets the ember glow a quiet heart, then eases her breath over the bowl so that steam and smoke mingle in a small cloud that could be seen as prayer or as weather if anyone needed to argue the difference. Across the channel, reeds lean as if to hear better. For a long minute, nothing else moves. Then a shape steps to the edge of the bank, where last night a musket misread distance. Hair hangs slick. A hand lifts. A man's hand, large, knuckles ridged, and the pipe ember at its tip answers like a coal that remembers a kitchen, not a battlefield. He does not bow. He does not salute. He inclines his head. Copper winks once at his throat. A tooth, perhaps, ticks against it with the tiniest sound. The sound is so honest the boy blushes for having listened. The figure melts back, which is to say, it stops needing to be seen. The river takes the hint and holds still. The magistrate, whose ears are not trained for this sort of exchange, notes only that the night is unusually calm and declares it the effect of discipline. The friar writes 2 bare lines: smoke, copper, tooth acknowledged tonight, and then closes his book because annotation can kill gratitude if you let it. The notary fixes a broken pen. Men check nets. Women lay babies down and touch a finger to small brows where fever has not come because copper, by coincidence or courtesy, did its work in the afternoon. The boy slides the tooth back under the corn husk doll where it lives when not needed. Under the doll, the coin sleeps. Under the coin, the wood warms. Under the wood, the earth keeps cool as if to keep the whole village's temper. Night deepens into its useful dark. From upriver, 3 notes blow, almost lazy, as if somebody with no hurry at all had decided to remind the bank that music requires both breath and something to press air against. The ferryman, who knows tools, taps the copper coin that hangs from his ferry post and listens to the ring. He does not think superstition. He thinks tuning. By morning, someone has left a small arrangement on the landing stone, a smear of pipe ash shaped like a crescent with a copper coin laid on its curve and, at the center, a cat's tooth pointing inland. No handwriting, no signature. The thorn beside it faces the water. The magistrate will see blasphemy and rub it away with the heel of his boot. The ferryman will see grammar and walk around as if it might be the corner of a table. The friar will see an altar so small Christ would have liked it and leave it undisturbed until wind edits the ash and memory learns to read without spitting. The boy will memorize the placement: ash like moon, copper like boat, tooth like oar, and feel something in his own chest click as if a sequence had just remembered itself. The day will go on. Cargo to load at Honda, a message for mompox, a rumor from Cartagena about stricter eyes on charms, while the river pretends to hurry only one way. But the next time someone hears laughter in the reeds, he will also hear the coins ring in his mind, and that private music will keep him from making a bad promise to a night that keeps accounts. Heat folds over the valley like a heavy cloak, and with it the river slows its pulse, though its banks stay wide and restless. The magistrate is more stern now, yet under his watchful eye the signs do not vanish. They change. They move further from the landing, slip higher into branches, or rest quietly under steps where only a barefoot boy would find them. In the wake of every cut cord, another appears. In the wake of every warning, music follows. The friar writes less, speaks more. He counsels calm, tells the magistrate that mystery is patient, that anger will not drain a river. But he also notices something subtle. An appetite for the Mohan's tale is growing, not fading. Merchants on their way to Honda ask for news. Ferrymen from upriver bring rumors, saying the same things in different accents. A whistle in the reeds, gold glimpsed under moonlight, laughter heard when no man should be there. The boy watches everything. He sees the tiredness in the soldier's shoulders, the uncertainty in the magistrate's frown, the quiet smiles of women who braid hair for prayers no one admits to saying. At night, he dreams of knots and teeth, of coins cooling in water, of a dark figure bending over the current as if teaching it a song. And then comes a letter. It arrives with a courier whose horse sweats foam. The seal is heavy. The Real Audiencia in Bogota. The message is clear and pressing. The disturbances along the Magdalena are to be settled quickly. Trade must not be delayed. And in an added line, the governor himself writes, "It is rumored there is a sorcerer near Honda. Resolve this. Remove him or prove he does not exist." The magistrate tightens his jaw and orders a sweep unlike any before. 10 men, 2 priests, the notary, and even the friar, who goes more to protect than to accuse. They will not only patrol, they will search. Boats, stables, houses near the water. A census of suspicion. The village is uneasy. Men hide tools. Women tuck amulets into bread ovens. Charms slip into baskets under plantains. Children are told to keep indoors. The boy's grandmother sits him down and says, "Remember, the river listens. We do not boast. We do not deny. We just stay still." That night, the patrol moves like a shadow. Lamps sway. Boots sink into soft ground. The friar keeps near the edge, murmuring to the boy's grandmother that soldiers see enemies when they should see neighbors. Then a sound breaks the quiet. A long, low note from far upstream. Soft but clear. The soldiers stop. Another note follows. Closer. Then laughter. Light. Like water spilling over stone. The boats rock, though no wind moves. The magistrate barks orders. Lamps swing toward the reeds, and for a heartbeat something moves there. Tall, broad, hair slick, pipe ember glowing. But when they push through the stalks, there is nothing but water and a scent of tobacco. The search finds no man, but in the morning, the landing holds a gift. On the ferry post, tied with care, is a braid of horsehair, thorn outward, and under it, a small square of gold. Not theft, not mischief, offering, or warning, the friar writes. Many people still think that the Mohan is an invention. Yet here is a mind that answers us, quiet, proud, and never hurried. What do you think? The magistrate reading the line is silent. By evening, life resumes, though under a sharper sky. The villagers sweep, the soldiers patrol, the boy listens. And when the night deepens, the river breathes again, and the music returns. 3 notes, even and patient. By mid-July 1654, the air along the Magdalena is taut as a bowstring. Trade moves but warily. Boats push off but hug the banks. Talk in the square drifts always back to the same subject: the Mohan, the river, and what the crown will do next. The magistrate keeps his papers close, waiting for reinforcements. But what he fears most is what cannot be bound by paper. The friar, watching, senses that the story is about to meet the city's gaze. The letters have gone out. Cartagena's tribunal reads reports of braids, pipes, charms, and a sorcerer whose name they cannot agree on. Bogota waits for proof, not poetry. The magistrate grows sharp in tone, reminding everyone that the crown will not tolerate sedition disguised as superstition. But the river does not argue. It simply keeps teaching. One morning, 2 barges meet at a bend south of Honda. One carries hides, the other silver coin. The crews talk while they shift cargo. A soldier's horse snorts, refusing to drink. When they search the shore, they find a small braid tied to a post, a thorn pointing toward the water, and a pipe stem stuck in the mud as if waiting for a mouth. They cut the braid, smash the stem, laugh nervously. And that night, a storm rises out of nowhere, breaking moorings and flooding the lower landing. The friar does not call it magic. He calls it timing. But when he writes in his journal, he sketches the braid and the direction of the thorn. His line reads, "This is not chaos. It is pattern. It will not be broken by decree." The boy and his grandmother move quietly in these days. She sweeps each morning and always leaves a little copper coin in a bowl of water by the window. Not for him, she tells the boy. For us. To remember the river is never empty. The soldiers grow more anxious. One confesses to the friar that he dreamed of music, and woke with his boots damp. Another says he saw a man walking in the fog, pipe glowing, hair down his back like wet rope. The magistrate dismisses it all, but he is quicker to anger now. Then comes the order they have all expected. A sealed packet from Bogota arrives, carried by a courier so tired his horse nearly falls. The letter is brief. Seize and present the man known as Mohan, or any who mimic him. If none is found, remove the symbols, burn charms, seize tools. End the matter. The friar reads it and feels his stomach turn. He tells the magistrate that force will not win here. If you burn the symbols, you burn trust, he says. And if there is a man, he will not be caught by soldiers who do not know the river's paths. The magistrate's answer is quiet. Orders are orders, so they begin. They search houses, they collect pipes, break knots, seize coins. They find charms hidden in ovens, braids in baskets, a tooth tied to a child's bed. It is not cruelty, it is obedience, but it feels like theft. The villagers do not protest openly. They let the soldiers take what they find. But that night, the river answers. Lanterns sway along the bank as a fog rolls in. The ferryman, tying up late, hears music first. 3 notes, soft but certain, from the reeds. Then laughter, low and close. A soldier fires into the mist. The sound runs out across the water, striking nothing. And when morning comes, the landing holds an image no one can explain. On the main stone, drawn in pipe ash and wet clay, is the shape of a braid, perfect and round, thorn pointing out. Beside it lies a single copper coin. The friar records every detail. He adds in the margin, perhaps the Mohan is not hiding. Perhaps he is only reminding us we have forgotten how to see. This is the second summit. Authority, ritual, and memory, all meeting at the river's edge. And still the question floats like a leaf. What would you have done if the voice in the reeds was not myth, but man? The search and seizure leave a wound no one speaks of, but everyone feels. For days the square smells of smoke where charms were burned, and the magistrate's men carry confiscated pipes in a locked chest. The friar prays more often, but not always in Latin. He begins to visit doorways without knocking, blessing children, touching lintels, giving the smallest reassurance that faith and memory are not always enemies. The boy stays close to his grandmother. He watches her rebuild what was taken, not the same things, but new forms. A red thread sewn into a skirt hem, a coin hidden under the mortar stone, a braid made not of hair, but of palm fiber, tucked inside a basket. A story can change its clothes, she says. That is how it survives. The river seems quieter, but quiet does not mean stillness. A trader passing through tells of a man seen upriver, hair long, face half-shadowed, playing a pipe while sitting on a low branch. He was not startled when seen. He simply stopped playing and watched until the trader moved on. The magistrate grows impatient. His reports to Bogota are curt. No subject captured. Symbols persist. Villagers silent. The crown replies with sharper ink. Enforce compliance. And yet, even soldiers begin to hesitate. One admits he keeps a coin in his boot now, just in case. Another refuses to patrol without the ferryman, who smokes steadily even when the magistrate scolds him. They are not converts, but they are men, and men do not ignore what repeats. The friar senses the strain. In his journal he writes, The river is a mirror, and each order breaks itself against it. Then one evening, something changes. The boy is sitting on the steps, watching the last light die on the water. He hears the music, faint but close. 3 notes, as always. But this time another sound follows. A deep chuckle, not cruel, almost tired. He runs to the edge and sees nothing but reeds bending as if brushed by a hand. At dawn, the magistrate finds a message. On the main landing stone, in white ash, someone has drawn a cross. Not a Christian cross, but a simple X with 9 dots around it. Underneath sits a clay pipe, unlit. No braid, no thorn. The friar bends and studies it. A sign of pause, he says quietly. A space in the sentence, but the magistrate is done with pauses. He orders another patrol, wider, deeper. They go at dusk, boats fanning out like teeth. Hours pass. They find nothing, only echoes, only fog. Then, near a bend, one soldier shouts. There, on the bank, crouched low, a shape rises, broad, hair hanging, pipe glowing. The boats turn, oars biting the water. The figure moves once, slow, almost like greeting. Then it is gone, folding into the reeds without sound. The men return, shaken. The magistrate's anger is almost grief. He cannot claim victory, cannot write certainty. He feels for the first time that the river is not an enemy, but a room he cannot enter. The friar writes again. Many people still think that these are tricks, pranks, plays of light. Perhaps they are. But even a trick repeated long enough becomes a door. So, what do you think? That night, the music does not come. Only the steady sound of water, as if the river too is thinking. The quiet holds for 3 nights. No music, no braids, no prints in the mud. The river flows heavy and brown, but its voice is low, almost shy. The villagers go about their work, but they are listening for something. Soldiers grow restless. The magistrate writes impatient letters. Even the friar feels the stillness like a weight in his chest. It is as if a conversation has ended, and no one knows why. On the 4th night, the air changes. Heat pushes up from the ground. The reeds stand sharp. Clouds move fast, thin like paper, torn by wind. And then, after dusk, a sound rises. Not 3 notes, but many. 5, 6, tumbling like a child's laughter, quick and playful. The boy hears it first and runs to the door. His grandmother does not follow. She only says, "Stay back." When he changes the song, the water changes too. By morning, the magistrate is pacing. Another letter has come from Bogota. The language is blunt. Resolve this or face inquiry. The pressure is no longer about charms or braids. It is about authority. He orders the notary to prepare a new decree. All materials of superstition shall be seized. All meetings by the water forbidden. All offenders punished, the friar argues. They will not stop. You will only drive them further. I do not need them to stop, the magistrate answers. I need Bogota to see my hand is firm. So the soldiers go again, this time breaking locks, searching hidden corners. They take pipes from shelves, coins from bowls, cords from behind doors. They cut hair left on stones, gather herbs, seize even children's toys if they are braided. The chest grows heavier, but the river is not impressed. That same night, a soldier returns pale. He says he saw a light upriver, moving against the current. He followed it until his lantern sputtered, and then he heard laughter, low and close, as if someone walked beside his horse. Another man refuses to speak of what he saw, but he leaves his patrol coin on the chapel step the next day. The friar is troubled but calm. He gathers the villagers in quiet moments, telling them to keep their signs subtle. Memory must learn to whisper, he says. And so it does. Amulets are sewn into seams, braids hidden under eaves, coins buried in garden rows. Yet, with each act of secrecy, the Mohan seems closer, not farther. One evening, the boy sits by the ferry and sees something across the bend. A figure crouched, pipe glowing, head bent as if listening to the water. It stays for a moment, then lifts a hand, palm outward, not threat, not greeting, and vanishes. By now, even the magistrate begins to doubt his own reports. He feels eyes on him when he writes. He hears music when he wakes. In his letters, he becomes cautious, writing less of sorcery and more of disturbances unconfirmed. The friar sees what the magistrate cannot admit. The Mohan has become more than a man or a memory. He is now the shape of resistance, the river's own reflection of power. The more they press, the clearer he grows. At the end of July, a courier brings news. A high official will travel soon, down the Magdalena, toward Cartagena. The river must be clear. The magistrate reads the letter twice and folds it with a sigh. He knows there is no clearing what the water does not wish to clear. That evening, the boy asks his grandmother, "Is he angry?" "No," she says. "He is listening, so should we." The night closes around them, soft but watchful. Somewhere upriver, a pipe plays again, slow, patient, as if a man sits on a rock and smokes while waiting for someone else to speak. August's first rains come sudden, warm, and loud, washing the banks clean and filling every hollow with reflected sky. For a few days the river is a mirror, wide and silver, and the people walk slower, speaking softly as though afraid to break it. The magistrate is not soothed. He counts the weeks until the visiting official arrives and feels the weight of each day without progress. His men grumble. They are tired of searching mud and reeds, tired of chasing a shadow that never seems to stumble. The friar senses the current under the surface. It is quiet, he tells the magistrate. Too quiet. That is not the end of the story. It is the holding of breath. The boy and his grandmother have their own reading. They move lightly through the days, but she sweeps the porch more often, leaves a coin longer in the water bowl, ties the threads tighter at night. The boy sits by the ferry, watching the river fold itself into dusk. Sometimes he hears nothing, but the absence feels deliberate, as if someone were choosing silence. Then, without warning, the Mohan returns to the conversation. It happens on a night when the air is too still, the frogs too quiet. A single lantern swings on the ferry post, casting long shadows. The ferryman has gone to bed. The patrol has passed. The boy wakes to a sound, a flute, low and winding, but different this time, carrying something like sorrow. He creeps to the window and sees, far across the bend, a shape on the rocks, pipe ember glowing, smoke curling. It does not move. It simply sits, hair hanging, one hand on the ground. In the morning, the signs appear. A braid on the magistrate's gate, pinned not outward, but inward. A clay pipe stem, broken cleanly, placed on the church step. A single copper coin left on the ferry's seat. Nothing threatening, nothing loud, just presence. The magistrate sees challenge. He calls his men, snaps orders, writes a short note for Bogota. Subject remains at large, continues to taunt authority. The friar reads the signs differently. He walks the shore, studying each placement. He writes, "It feels like speech now, not mischief. Each object an answer, each silence a choice." The notary adds a drawing to his ledger, a braid reversed, thorn turned in. His note, "Perhaps this is a change of tone, and the villagers? They know the language." The braid turned inward says something old, not a threat, but a keeping, a boundary closed to harm. The pipe on the church step means pause. The coin on the ferry seat means safe passage. For now, but the magistrate will not soften. Orders are orders. He summons the friar to the square. "When the official arrives, I must have an end to this. If I cannot deliver a man, I will deliver a warning." The friar shakes his head. "If you raise your hand too hard, you will strike air and look a fool. The river will not let you catch it." The magistrate bristles. "And yet I must try." So the patrols increase. They move with more lanterns, more muskets, more noise. And the river answers with patience. Music here, a print there, a braid turned not to provoke, but to remind. The boy keeps watching. He learns the shapes, the sounds, the silences. And one evening, as he crouches by the ceiba tree, he finds something new. Not a braid, not a coin, but a small bundle of reeds tied with cotton, left in the roots. Inside is nothing but air and a faint smell of tobacco. He shows it to his grandmother. She smiles a little. "He is asking if we are listening," she says. We are. The visiting official is still weeks away, but the magistrate acts as if he is already standing in the square. Each dawn brings more patrols, each dusk a fresh round of orders. Yet the Mohan signs keep appearing. They are smaller now, more cunning. A braid tucked in a basket of maize, a pipe stem hidden in the crook of a tree root, a coin left inside the hollow of a broken fence post. The villagers understand the shift. The Mohan is not gone. He is moving differently, testing edges. The boy sees it in the little things. A frog startled from the reeds at dusk, a strand of hair caught on a thorn. He spends hours near the water, scanning, listening. Sometimes he thinks he sees something. A shadow bending low. A hand dipping into the current. Other times there is nothing but the river's own rhythm. The friar watches the magistrate more closely than the river now. He knows the man is proud, but he is also afraid. "You are chasing something that does not run," he tells him. "It waits. It mocks," the magistrate answers. And Bogota will not forgive being mocked. Letters go out. Men come in from upriver. Lanterns multiply. The searches are rougher, less patient. Houses are turned out, fields walked, stables checked. It is not violence, but it is intrusion, and the people's silence hardens. They do not resist openly. They sweep their porches, cook their meals, smile politely, but they say less. Then, one humid evening, the river speaks. It begins with music, soft, low, bending, a tune like a thread pulled through cloth. It grows, note by note, weaving across the water until even the soldiers stop. The ferryman hears it and puts down his pole. The boy hears it and feels his chest rise as if he were being called by name. The friar stands still in the churchyard, the candle in his hand, trembling, and then it stops. When morning comes, there is nothing dramatic. No print, no braid. Only a single pipe lying on the ferry plank, its bowl full of ash, still faintly warm. The notary writes, "Left within sight, not taken." The magistrate grows grim. He sees a dare. He orders men into the reeds, into the night. The friar follows, carrying a lantern. The boy, against his grandmother's warnings, creeps behind them. The night smells of wet clay and iron. The men move slow, oars dipping. They pass one bend, then another. Then, a sound, a short laugh, soft, close. Lantern light glances off something. Hair, water, they cannot tell. The boat drifts, a splash. Silence. When they return, they bring nothing but wet boots and a shaken soldier who says he felt a hand on his shoulder. The magistrate is silent. The friar writes, "Something walks with us, but not where we expect." The people read the signs differently. They see the Mohan as watchful, not cruel, a guardian perhaps, or a teacher who will not be driven off. Even those who scoff begin to step a little more carefully near the water, and then, in the square, pinned to the magistrate's own order-forbidding charms, someone ties a small braid, not hair this time, but reed and thread, thorn facing inward. The boy sees it first. He smiles. The friar sees it next. He nods. The magistrate, reading it, feels something he does not name. That night, the river is quiet, but the quiet feels like someone listening. The river's quiet is never empty. It is a pause, a breath, the wait before thunder. The days after the reed braid appears are strangely calm. Soldiers patrol, but their steps are softer now. Villagers go about their work, but there is a new alertness, a shared awareness. Every ferry rope, every gatepost feels like it might hold a message. The magistrate is tense, but cautious. His letters to Bogota have grown more clipped, less certain. He writes of persistent signs and a presence difficult to prove. He cannot admit fear, but he feels it. Not terror, but frustration at a world that will not bend to his orders. The friar moves quietly through all this. He blesses children, visits stables, walks the banks at dusk. His journal fills with small sketches, knots, prints, a scrap of cloth caught on a thorn. He writes, "It is like a mind speaking in fragments. Perhaps it is one man, perhaps many hands, but there is method, not chaos." The boy keeps watching. At night, he sits by the window, listening. Once he thinks he hears breathing outside, low and calm, as if someone sat at the edge of the yard. In the morning, there is nothing, only a small stone on the step, wet as though just lifted from the river. Then, on a heavy afternoon, a caravan arrives. 3 boats, soldiers, and a courier. They bring news. The visiting official, a royal inspector, will travel soon and expects a full accounting of the disturbances along the Magdalena. The letter is blunt. Bring proof. Show order. End the matter. The magistrate feels the rope tighten. He calls the friar and the notary. "We will set a trap," he says. "If this Mohan is a man, we will catch him." "You will catch a shadow," the friar warns, "and shadows do not weigh enough to please Bogota." "Then we will bring whatever weight we can find," the magistrate answers. So preparations begin. Patrols double. Men cut reed beds, searching for hiding places. Nets are stretched, baited with food, with tobacco, with gold. They dig shallow pits. Post guards at night carry torches along the shore. The village watches without speaking, and then, as if amused, the river answers. One morning, before dawn, the landing holds a gift. A braid of reeds tied in a loop, a thorn pinned through it, and in the center, a coin, shining and clean. The notary writes, "Left where the trap was set." The magistrate burns with anger. The friar hides a smile. The boy studies the braid and thinks it looks like a question, not an insult. That night, the soldiers wait in the reeds. They hear music, slow, patient, 3 notes, then silence. A ripple moves across the water, a shape bending, hair slick as oil, pipe glowing. The men hold their breath. Then the glow fades, the shape melts away, and the river goes back to its own rhythm. When they return, the magistrate slams his fist on the table. "We will not chase shadows," he says. "We will end this." But the friar only looks at him and says, "You do not end a river. You travel it." The boy hears this and understands something. The Mohan is not fleeing. He is teaching. The signs, the music, the braids, the quiet, they are all lessons, small and deliberate. As the night closes, the pipe's music rises again, but softer now, almost tender, like a voice saying, "Not yet, not today. Years keep their own reeds." The boy grows taller. The ferryman's beard grays. The magistrate's seal cracks at the edge where a careless hand folded it wet. July tilts into August, and then into other Augusts, and still the river is a long sentence with few periods. Some orders hold. Most dissolve like ash between thumb and forefinger. What endures is smaller and nearer to the skin. A knot you can tie in the dark, a breath you remember to give a last loop, a coin you cool under water before pressing it to a hot forehead, a pipe you light not for swagger but for reading current. What endures, above all, is story. He, our boy, learns to row, learns to mend net, learns to keep quiet when quiet has more leverage than a shout. He also learns the curve of a pipe stem in the hand, although he lights it only when the grandmother nods. He hears the 3 patient notes, sometimes near, sometimes far, and stores them where other boys store the rules of cards and dice. He will become a man who knows the river's grammar, and because grammar is memory rehearsed by fingers, he will also know when to listen and when to let the water finish the sentence for him. Then calendars blizzard by. The friar's careful script fills, the notary's ledger thickens, the magistrate leaves for another town or another desk. The year 1654 turns over like a split log, and the embers glow through other winters. The river continues teaching in a low voice. Meanwhile, the world beyond the bend changes its mask. The Royal Botanical Expedition of New Granada sets out in 1783 under Jose Celestino Mudis, and its drawers of labeled leaves and careful Latin drift through places the Mohan has already named without ink. The botanists pass upriver, then inland toward Mariquita and Bogota. Their presses sigh, and the river hums. In 1801, Alexander von Humboldt and Aimé Bonpland, curious as weather and twice as hungry for detail, ride down to Honda and cross the bends where the friar once traced smoke on water. Humboldt writes about geography and commerce and the grave patience of the Magdalena, and somewhere in the notebook of a guide who was not asked his opinion, there is a doodle, a pipe, a braid, a coin in a bowl. 1810 brings the first shudderings of independence. Flags change, names change, decrees change, and the long road up river learns to pronounce itself anew. 100 years pass, and the river carries soldiers, mules, sacks, candles, and guitars, and still there is a tune from reeds now and then that is neither hymn nor march. Women teach their daughters to tie a 9-loop cord and to set it low where a stranger with wet hair might mistake thread for ordinary root. Men smoke quietly and blow once across the ember after the 3rd turn, because to skip the breath is like skipping a word in a confession. Not wise, not necessary. Memory is not a hoard. It is a trade good. By the time the boy is an old ferryman with hands tough as old rope, the Mohan's silhouette, hair like wet rope, pipe ember blinking, a coin at the throat, has turned up in clay and thread. The village potter, who has shaped bowls so long her wrists click when rain is coming, begins to pinch small figures between thumb and forefinger for the market. Squat bodies with knees up, long hair combed to one side, a tiny pipe. She fires them low so their clay keeps a river's brown. She scratches a fish along the base, and if the buyer is a child, she adds a cat's tooth painted on the chest with the end of a twig dipped in ash water. Small aside, because even solemn stories allow one smile, she tries once to make the Mohan thin and dashing for a city merchant. It sells, but the river disapproves. The next firing, she goes back to short, heavy, patient. These sell faster, and the ferry runs smoother. Masks arrive later. At first, they are just reeds sewn into a frame to shade faces when sun sits too close. Then, at a June feast when boats are blessed, boys and girls begin to wear reed wigs down to their shoulders and hold gourds like pipes. A mother stitches a row of black horsehair along the edge of a palm hat, and the child who wears it walks slower, as if the world had suddenly become heavier with meaning. The friar who replaced our friar allows it, crosses in hand, water in bucket, blessing everything that floats and everything that stares back at the river with the blank devotion of a mask. San Juan most years folds river rites into church. The old songs learn Latin endings. The new hymn taps the old paddle rhythm. Syncretism finds its footing with cracked feet and keeps walking. Edges of the legend, once sharp with fear, round. It is not that dread evaporates, it moves to a different shelf. The Mohan is still a guard of places and of hours, but he is also a neighbor of sorts, a figure you may joke about at noon if you hang rue at dusk. When a child vanishes with a flute and returns with wet ankles, people still lay a coin in a bowl and close the door. But they also buy clay mohanis at market and set them near windows where the breeze can push tobacco smoke over their heads the way wind ruffles the hair of a serious man listening. Economy, that honest and shameless clerk, comes to help. By the late 19th century and well into the 20th, river towns invent themselves in a new light. Fishermen paint little Mohanis on boat prows, faces smiling in that straight-mouthed way fishermen smile when they are remembering what scared them yesterday and what they plan to laugh at tomorrow. A tavern hangs a sign with a hairy figure in silhouette raising a totemo gourd. Men swear the beer is colder in places that admit the river has a personality. A seamstress embroiders a small pipe into the corner of a wedding shawl with black thread so fine it looks like hair. She does not explain. Brides do not ask. Crafts multiply like minnows. A man in the next village carves reed flutes that always play 3 notes sweet as sugarcane juice before they sour into squeaks. Parents buy them for children and pretend to be irritated later. A tinsmith cuts little milagros shaped like pipes and braids. He offers them on San Juan with coarse ribbon. The friar blesses them and says nothing about devils, only about currents and prudence. Young men with a taste for jokes sneak plats into horses' manes at festival time and blame the Mohan. Their fathers chase them with grins. There is also politics, but its accent changes. What the magistrate once tried to outlaw, a mayor now encourages if it draws a crowd and a coin. There are permits and paper tables and men with armbands who claim to work security for a river that has never asked for a guard. A municipal band learns a tune in 3 measures that drops into a minor note at the end. Someone names it El Mohan, and on hot afternoons, the trumpets squint and play it under a fig tree as children with reed wigs take turns bowing to the water like actors to an audience that never claps. A village councilor writes an ordinance forbidding open flames near the landing. The friar and the old ferryman exchange a look that says wordlessly, "We did that already with 100 braids in a copper bowl." Travelers write. In the mid-19th century, a European in a hat too stiff for humidity claims in his diary that the Mohan is a boogie invented by grandmothers to keep girls from bathing at dusk. Another traveler, local this time in Rye, writes in a Bogota newspaper that the Mohan is a useful employee the river keeps to enforce its hours. He works for tobacco. A third thinks himself modern and declares all spirits dead. His boat hits a snag where the prayer line used to be, and he spends a stiff night ankle-deep in brown water, composing a paragraph that begins with, "It is regrettable," and ends with, "Surveying is recommended." The legend adjusts, puts on a new face, speaks a slightly different dialect. It becomes a mask in two senses, a literal face to wear at festival, and a frame in which a community keeps seeing itself even when rulers change. Masks are honest about their dishonesty. They admit they are made, and that admission is their power. To don a Mohan mask is to say aloud that you will speak in the river's voice for an hour without lying to yourself about the mouth behind the reeds. Children learn to take the mask off without insulting the shape it represents. Adults learn to hang the mask where light does not make it ridiculous. The Mohan tolerates this because he likes grammar better than authority. If the grammar is kept, the braid tied outward, the breath on the knot, he permits parody the way a stern uncle permits a dance step at a funeral. Memory evolves into inheritance. In some towns along the middle Magdalena, the blessing of boats at San Juan becomes processional, with banners and reed crowns. In others, a quieter habit persists. 3 coins in a bowl at the threshold, 3 breaths to the candle, 3 notes played on a flute carved with a fish, and farther north, in the labyrinth of islands and channels near Santa Cruz de Mompox, people remember the river as an artisan remembers his own tools. Mompox, founded in 1537 and raised on trade and faith, keeps its streets straight and its stories layered. By 1995, the old center will be recognized by UNESCO as a World Heritage Site, and the Magdalena will mirror its arcades and ironwork as if the town were a second sky laid on water. In that town, as in others, you can buy a clay Mohan with hair made of black thread and a pipe hole you could, if bold, fit with a sliver of tobacco, though the shopkeeper will wink and say the figure prefers to smell smoke, not make it. Schools teach. A teacher in a hot classroom with a map curling at the edges tells a room of 9-year-olds that the Mohan is a myth from Huila and Tolima, a personification of river danger, a cultural memory that keeps children from drowning and men from swagger. Then she closes the textbook and says, "But my uncle swears he heard a flute when the river was angry, and he is not a man who enjoys stories." The children ask whether the Mohan eats goats. She says he eats pride. They nod. Pride sounds like food you can afford to lose. Skeptics do good work too. A young hydrologist from Ibagué runs a study of fish runs upriver and, in a paper no one in the village will ever read, maps the calendar of breeding seasons against the calendar of taboos. He finds that no fishing on full moon near the bend coincides with the period when fry needs slack water. He does not put Mohan in his abstract, but he writes in the margins of his field notebook that the old people's knowledge is a net with a finer mesh than he expected. An anthropologist, interviewing midwives, notices that girls forbidden to fetch water at dusk are girls less likely to fetch gossip, and the Mohan's flute becomes in her notes a technology of community timekeeping, ugly phrase for a clever practice. A psychologist comes to ask about jealousy and control, and how a hairy riverman becomes the excuse men use when hair is found braided where it should not be. She leaves with a notebook full of laughter's shapes and the smell of tobacco folded into her coat. The river as courtroom. This motif the old villagers recognize. They do not trust cities to hear cases where water is the lead witness. They prefer hearings under a seba, where elders and midwives speak and a ferryman translates river weather into law. In the colonial period, the magistrate tried to hold court under canvas with a quill and a ringed hand. Now court is held in carnival, and the verdict is not guilty or innocent, but remember, and tie your rope lower, and no one crosses at dusk if a flute played last night and we all heard it. Economy purifies nothing. It only clarifies. The Mohan becomes part of a brand. Ferry schedules pinned under a poster with a hairy silhouette smoking. A sweet made of panela stamped with a fish and a pipe. A basket pattern named El Mohan because its diagonal braids cross like reeds in a good hiding place. Tourism, with its unfailing eye for the photogenic, wants the pipe ember glowing and gold at the throat. Craftspeople oblige but also resist. They leave the gold as thread, not metal. They drill the pipe hole but do not glaze it. They stick a tiny thorn through a braid tied around a figurine's ankle if the customer is respectful. If not, they forget the thorn. The river is savvy. It knows when it is being used and when it is being honored. What of the church? It has learned. Priests now bless reeds and oars without needing edicts from Cartagena. They still do not love devils. They simply do not spend their ink naming them where a community has learned to speak in a different voice without breaking any vow that matters. Bells ring, candles burn, holy water is sprinkled on boats, and a little swings back from oar to font when a child leans too far into the blessing and flicks a drop with a grin. The Mohan, who has been called worse things than custom, listens and lets the hymn ride his notes sometimes when the tune seems honest enough. Counter stories still exist. A soldier writes a memoir that scoffs at braids and calls the Mohan the lazy name for an alligator's tail in rain. A merchant draws a map of safe landings and leaves out the bend where music is said to play, then wonders why his boats break moorings there. A scholar tallies contradictions in accounts and declares the Mohan to be a composite, which is true and therefore insufficient. A lawyer argues that the legend was used to keep women indoors. A midwife replies that the legend kept men from making fools of themselves. A grandmother says the legend kept children alive when flood ran faster than a shout. Truth threads all three statements, like a necklace through mixed charms. Craft turns fear into heritage, but heritage is not embalming. It breathes, it quarrels, it jokes. In a town farther upriver, a troupe stages a play called La Risa del Mohan, the Mohan's Laugh, in which a magistrate chases a shadow and learns to tie knots by the second act. He is forgiven by the end because he brings the coins for the bowl without being asked. In another place, a mask carved of balsa and painted with bitumen exaggerates the Mohan's teeth into a jaguar grin. Children scream and then beg to wear it. A boy who looks like our old boy once did learns that when he puts on the mask and holds the gourd to his mouth, adults watch him with a mix of tenderness and respect, usually reserved for the river after rain. He puts it down carefully, Every so often, a no-nonsense man or woman, teacher, mayor, truck driver, stands at the bank and says, "Enough, we are modern." For a few months, reed braids disappear. Then a goat's bell shakes ungenerously at midnight, or a canoe scrapes on a snag everyone swore was not there. Or a child hears 3 notes and steps 1 foot into water that looks flat and is not, and the village quietly returns a coin to a bowl in a doorway and ties a line low where lanterns won't find it. Modernity, in this story, is not a substitute for courtesy. It is a second language the river tolerates as long as the first language is spoken at home. The boy, now an old man with a back bent like a question mark, sits under the ceiba at dusk with his granddaughter. She wears a school shirt and knows UNESCO named Mompox's old center in 1995 because the teacher wrote it on the board and the class cheered, and then went back to practicing 3 notes on plastic recorders that squealed like bats. She asks what the Mohan looks like without hair. He laughs and says, "Like your uncle without his hat." She asks whether the Mohan drowns people. He says, "He drowns pride." She considers this a fair hobby. He takes from his pocket a small clay figurine, the kind the potter's daughter now makes. The pipe hole is too small, on purpose. The hair is black thread glued into a row. He sets it on the root and places a cat's tooth next to it, then a coin in a totemo half of water. He looks out across the bend to where muskets once misread distance and letters once carried threats upriver. And he says nothing. The girl looks too, and in the quiet that follows a note rises, almost too low to notice, then another, then the third. The old man nods. The girl nods because he nods. Travelers pass and buy masks. Some learn to hold them with respect. Others use them as jokes and later dream of reeds clicking. A new priest blesses nets and takes photos on a small device that fits in the palm. Later he deletes the blur of what might be hair and might be light. A guide invents a tour called The Mohan's Bend, and on the day he uses the title, his motor refuses to start until he takes a breath and blows once across the rope. Habit more than belief, but the motor coughs and answers anyway. The legend becomes a mask, yes, but the mask is not the legend. It is the outer leaf that keeps the inner leaf from drying. Under the paint and the reed, the old logic remains. A river is older than law, and people live better when they admit that out loud at least once a season. Heritage is practice preserved by affection. Fear thins into caution. Caution thickens into custom. Custom takes the stage at San Juan and bows. Custom goes home and ties a braid where only moonlight can read it. The old man, eventually, goes home. His granddaughter sleeps. Her recorder lies under the bed. It smells faintly of river. He sets his pipe near the window, unlit. He slides the coin back into the bowl at the sill and leaves it. He ties a 9-loop cord under the door latch. He blows once without even thinking to call it that. He lies down. Outside, a late boat glides. Someone in it hums a tune in 3 notes. Far upriver, at a bend no map cares about, a figure sits with his knees up and his hair down, and his pipe between thumb and forefinger. Gold glints not as boast, but as punctuation. A tooth ticks against it like a metronome. He smokes and listens. He waits not for a patrol, not for a magistrate, not for a scholar, but for a breath at a threshold, a small sign that the grammar is still respected, one mainstream fact. Because facts can be charms too when they steady the mind. Santa Cruz de Mompox's historic center is recognized in 1995 as a World Heritage Site for the way its colonial grid, churches, ironwork, and river trade memory keep their shape. The Magdalena mirrors those arcades most evenings, like a priest holding a polished paten, and the river, vain when it wants to be, tolerates cameras at dusk because cameras are only mirrors with hunger. If a traveling skeptic stops on the landing and asks the old ferryman, or his son, or his daughter, whether the Mohan is real, the answer comes like a good knot, fast, neat, and made to hold. We keep the rules. The river keeps us. The skeptic laughs, but he steps over a low line without thinking, and later he will tell a story about hospitality, not myth, and the story will still be true. The festival season returns the way flood returns, not precisely on time, but on time enough. Masks are taken down from the rafters and dusted. Braids are made of reed and of hair. Pipes are cleaned and not lit. Some are, at edges. Children rehearse the 3 notes until they learn to make them less like squeals and more like the knees of a song. The priest prints a leaflet that speaks about St. John and about the dignity of work on water. The mayor writes a paragraph about heritage and does not mention fines. The old people nod, content that their talk has finally learned municipal vocabulary without losing its old verbs. This is the pre-final turn, the moment before closing. What began as dread on a muddy bank has learned to wear bright paper and read, and to stand in sunlight without looking foolish. The Mohana's mask is not a lie. It is a courtesy, an agreement to let children play with a name that once made dogs flatten their ears. But the river does not sign contracts. It keeps its own handwriting. Night comes after the last day of the feast. Lanterns bob like tethered stars. The songs thin out. Laughter loses its corners. A child in a wig falls asleep against her father's shoulder. The old ferryman, our boy, walks to the landing one last time and sets the small clay figure on the stone where offerings once lay for an inquest no one could close. He places beside it a braid with a thorn turned outward and a coin in a bowl. He expects nothing. He has learned that expectation rusts charms. He waits. From the reeds, 3 notes. Not loud, not possessive. The sound a master gives a student who has learned enough to begin. The ferryman nods. He does not look for hair or gold or a hand. He looks at the black water and the small ripples that touch the stone and hears, in that small touch, an agreement renewed. On the far bank, movement. It could be wind. It could be a heron shifting its weight. It could be a man who has been called a spirit, leaning back onto his elbows to watch a town that learned to honor him without pretending to own him. It could be all those at once, because masks are generous when you treat them with seriousness. Either way, the river carries the sound into the square and up the sleeping streets and under doors where chords hum a little when damp and then stop. Tomorrow there will be school and markets, and someone will haggle over a Mohan carved from balsa with teeth too white. Tomorrow there will be a mayor's letter about trash after the festival, and a priest's sermon about gratitude and a child's first success at 3 notes in a row that do not squeak. Tomorrow there will be a traveler on the bench with a question, and an old woman with an answer that looks like a braid. But tonight, the river holds still. The mask hangs quiet on its nail, and the story breathes like a house in the cool before dawn. What remains to tell? Only what the Mohan still means when no music plays, when no mask is on, when the door is latched and the bowl holds 1 coin, and the cord under the threshold keeps the night polite. That, and what humans choose to see when they look at moving water and try to name what it remembers. The river waits for that part. So do we. The Magdalena lies quiet now, carrying only the sounds of its own long breath. Nights are cooler, mornings more deliberate. The magistrate is gone. The notary's ledger rests in some forgotten drawer. The friar's journals are stacked in a damp trunk where ink has turned the color of old leaves. The boy, no longer boy, now an old ferryman with hands knotted like roots, sits at the bank and watches a river that never learned how to stand still. He is not alone. A granddaughter kneels beside him, her dark hair shining, her recorder clumsy but honest. She plays the 3 notes he taught her, squeaky but certain. The old man smiles. The sound reminds him of another night, another flute, a pipe glowing like an ember, laughter somewhere in the reeds. The memory is warm now, no longer sharp. It belongs to him, but also to everyone who ever heard that music. The Mohan is no longer hunted. He has become what stories become when they are tended instead of feared, a keeper of rules, a shape of respect. No soldier needs to guard him. No magistrate needs to erase him. The ferryman knows what his grandmother said long ago was true. A story can change its clothes. Now it wears festival masks, pipe stem souvenirs, a tune taught to children. It lives in clay and thread, in the shadows of ceiba roots and the shine of copper coins cooling in water bowls. Some say the Mohan is only a warning. Do not wander the river at dusk. Do not boast in the face of current. Do not forget that water has moods. Others call him a trickster, a bandit of songs. But to those who remember, the women who tied thorns, the men who blew across knots, the boys who counted notes, he is something simpler and wider. The proof that people hold their places by holding each other's stories. The old ferryman rises. He takes a clay figure from his pocket, a squat man, hair of thread, pipe hole too small to smoke, and sets it on the landing stone. Beside it, he lays a braid of reeds, thorn turned outward, and a coin that gleams even in the shade. His granddaughter watches and asks nothing. She understands this is not a gift, but a sentence. When the wind stirs, it carries a sound, faint but steady. 1 note, then 2, then the 3rd, like a hand touching water. The old man bows his head. It's enough, he says softly. Evening will come, and lanterns will swing, and someone will tell a traveler about the river Sorcerer of Colombia. They will speak of laughter in reeds, of charms burned and charms remade, of pipes and braids and coins, of a magistrate who could not see, and a friar who could. They will end with a shrug or a smile, and the traveler will wonder how much of it is real. But the river will not answer. It never has to. The story of the Mohan is less about the shape of a man than the shape of a community meeting its oldest neighbor. Colonial letters, soldiers' boots, and priests' blessings could not flatten it because it was never only fear. It was practice, a braid tied for safety, a coin to cool the day, a pipe to mark the boundary between water and land. Fear gave it teeth, but patience gave it hands. For centuries, the river has held many faces: trader, thief, highway, grave. The Mohan gathers these faces, stitches them with music, and hands them back so no one forgets how wide water can be. Some will call him a trick, a superstition. Others will swear he is real. Both are correct, because the Mohan's true work was never to appear but to remind. The story moves forward, because it asks questions, not because it gives answers. It asks, how do you treat what can take everything in one night of rain? How do you teach children to listen to the world's moods? How do you live knowing that some roads are older than law? Many people still think that myths die when cities grow, when lights reach the bend, when motors churn the old crossings. Yet here, the Mohan's braid still turns up in market baskets, his pipe in clay, his notes in the awkward breath of a school recorder. In the end, the Mohan is not the river's threat, but its voice saying softly, remember me when you step too near the edge. Tie your knots. Hold your bowl steady. Breathe once before you cross.